Good morning, everybody. This is your 2-minute warning to find your seats. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. Thank you. I count 11. I counted 11. All right, folks, let's find our seats. Time to get started. Good morning, everyone. A few things before I turn it over to Greg. Actually, I should turn it over to Greg. Let you open the meeting first, and then I'll do housekeeping.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. We are going again. Let me take just a minute and say a couple things, James, and then I will gladly turn it back to you. Thank you, CAB. Thank you, CAB colleagues, for your time and service today. And thank you, DOE staff and contractors, for sharing your expertise and time with us today. Just as a reminder, the Savannah Riverside Citizens Advisory is the citizens, I can't speak. The SRS CAB, let's do it that way, will provide DOE with information and advice and recommendations concerning issues affecting the EM program at SOS. That is our officially stated mission. I'm encouraging our presenters today to be thoughtful and clear about the information, advice, and recommendations you want as a result of your presentations today. And as I'm thinking about the presentation, I'm going to be thinking about how I assess programs and activities. How does this program or activity minimize risk? How does it minimize cost? How does it contribute to mission completion? So those are just some things I'm going to be thinking about today. Again, keeping in mind what our mission is and what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you again, everybody, for your time and effort today. Have a great day and great rest of the meeting. James, it's back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. A few little housekeeping notes. Thank you to everybody who is currently wearing a mask. We appreciate you doing that. I will let you know that if you are socially distanced, like the board members around the table are, you may remove your mask. You may also remove it while eating and drinking. I do ask that if moving about the room that you do, please put your mask back on while doing so. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a pretty good day. Another note that I want to make is about microphones. Please make sure that you are speaking directly into them, not to the side, not behind them. If at any point your mouth is not facing the front of the microphone, you are doing it wrong. Okay, it makes it incredibly difficult for the guys to capture what you're saying so that we can have an accurate record of the meeting, so that we can all hear you and what you have to say, and it forces them to turn things up really loud, which all increase the odds of getting that wonderful squeal that we all know and love. Any questions, comments, concerns about the agenda before we get going today? I know that we have a lot to cover, so let's go ahead and get started. Brian, are you ready? Let's go.
Good morning, everyone. CAB members, all of my colleagues from SRS, happy that you came out this morning. My name is Brian Hennessy. I'm with DOE Savannah River, and I am the program manager for the Federal Facility Agreement at SRS, which is our cleanup agreement with South Carolina DHEC and the Environmental Protection Agency. I'm sure you've already been introduced to my colleagues, John Richards from EPA and Susan Fulmer from South Carolina DHEC, and together we constitute the core team within that FFA framework. So this morning I'm here to talk about a very large, you can see it from 30,000 feet, feature at the Savannah Riverside called the Lower Three Runs Integrator Operable Unit, and I'll explain the reason for that very long name as we go forward. So what my presentation will consist of this morning is an overview of that Lower Three Runs Integrator Operable Unit, or IOU system, which is very large. I'll tell you right now that it's from end to end, it's over 30 miles. It's got some very large features in it, like Parr Pond, which is a reservoir of over 4 square miles. I'll talk a little bit about the Savannah Riverside watersheds and all of our IOUs, the Lower Three Runs canal and pond system, reactor operations and current use, very little about that, but want you to know why these IOUs are like they are, and the current status of the Lower Three Runs IOU. We recently issued a record of decision back in December There was public notice of that. There was public notice of the proposed plan before that, and a public comment period. So we'll talk about the remedial action that was selected in that record of decision, our monitoring plan and reporting requirements going forward, and the schedule for activities coming up. So on the right here is a map of the SRS, Savannah Riverside, and you can see in different pastel shades the 6 watersheds. The big yellow one at the top is the Upper Three Runs watershed, accounting for about almost a third of the site area. And in the lower right is the Lower Three Runs IOU, which includes Parr Pond here, and below the dam there's a long stretch of Lower Three Runs that comes all the way down to the Savannah River, and this is the part from here up to here that represents about 30 miles. So we have, like I said, we have 6 watersheds. We have 5 main streams that drain the site, moving from basically from northeast to southwest toward the Savannah River. And the Savannah River itself, the floodplain of the Savannah River is the 6th watershed. And a watershed is the land area that drains into the stream system, or the IOU. Actually, the surface drainage and shallow groundwater come together at each of these IOUs within each watershed. So each IOU includes the surface water in that stream, the sediment below that surface water, the floodplain soils, which means all the soils that have been impacted by that surface water, and the biota, or the plants and animals that inhabit that surface water, sediment, and floodplain. So the integrator operable units were not always part of our program. They were added in 1997. So the purpose of the program is to evaluate contaminants in these stream systems and assess the human health risk of those contaminants to an on-site worker, a recreational fisherman, adolescent trespasser, and a hypothetical resident who would be full-time exposed to contamination in these systems. Assess the health of the stream system itself. In other words, it's the quality of the habitat, and determine if remedial actions are needed to protect human health or the environment. And for Lower Three Runs, we have come to that point where we are able to determine whether remedial action is needed, because there are no more operating facilities within this watershed, so there are no more contaminant sources, and the stream system and its tributaries, reservoirs, were able to be evaluated. Final IOU cleanup decisions can be made when all cleanup actions within the watershed are complete. That is, there are no more sources of contamination. And we'll see this a little bit more clearly in a minute, but within the Lower Three Runs IOU were the P and R reactor areas, which are completely decommissioned and cleaned up. So they no longer are contributing contamination from those surface units to the stream system. And Lower Three Runs is the first IOU to reach this phase of the program. All the others still have operating facilities in them and active site operations. So here's the first depiction of the Lower Three Runs watershed. Because it's so large, we divided it into 3 subunits. The upper subunit being that part which is above the Parr Pond Dam. So it's Parr Pond itself and all the canals and tributaries and pre-cooler ponds above this dam. It contains R reactor, P reactor, pre-cooler ponds and canals, the very large Parr Pond, and the operable units within the watershed, which we have finished cleaning up in P and R areas. Pardon me. Lower Three Runs itself is a large blackwater stream. Blackwater is the term used for these slow-moving coastal streams that have dark water because of their chemistry, the tannins in these streams. And Parr Pond itself is 2,640 acres, over 4 square miles, and it received cooling water from both P and R areas during their operation. Just a little reactor history. R was the first one that started at Savannah Riverside. Began operation in 1953. P reactor started the following year. And before Parr Pond and the canals were built, our reactor discharged its heated water directly into Joyce Branch, which was a little intermittent stream that discharged into the Lower Three Runs. But in 1958, Parr Pond was created by building an earthen dam across Lower Three Runs, and of course a lot of clearing and grubbing, and the pre-cooler ponds and the canal system were built to convey that heated cooling water from our reactor to Lower Three Runs with some opportunity to cool along the way. Effluent from the R reactor went through a series of canals and pre-cooler ponds that were built before it was released into Parr Pond, the north arm, and I'll show you that in a minute or two. And there were no more effluent discharges from R after 1964. Parr Pond also served as a cooling reservoir for the P reactor, which ran much longer, until 1988. Heated water was released through a series of canals and smaller pre-cooler ponds into Pond C, and then released into the hot arm, which is the middle arm of Parr Pond, which we'll take a look at in a minute. And before Parr Pond was built, once again, P reactor discharges were sent to Steel Creek, which is not part of this Lower Three Runs stream system. They went in a different direction. And there were no more discharges from P reactor after 1987. So here you can see a pretty good map of the flow of cooling water. From our reactor, there's a discharge canal, the straight run right here, goes to Pond A, and then a canal that was built that conveyed water over to Pond B, and then another canal going out the east side of Pond B that took the water to the north arm of Parr Pond, over here. From P reactor down here, the cooling water went through a canal to Pond 2, then to Pond 4, and then through another canal to this arm of Parr Pond called the hot arm of Parr Pond. So, Savannah Riverside National Environmental Research Park status began in 1972. It was designated a National Environmental Research Park, the first one in the United States, I believe. We maintain a network of research reserves all around the site called set-asides. They're marked, and operations and construction folks know to steer clear of those. The Savannah River Ecology Lab, the United States Forest Service, which is part of the Department of Agriculture, of course, Savannah River Station, and the Savannah River National Lab are the primary entities that do research on Savannah River site. Research of all kinds, both ecological and chemical, process-related, geochemical, whatever. The Lower Three Run system is used a lot for ecological research and has been for a long, long time. Since the pond canal system was created, and actually before that, conditions around the site were being studied by the National Academy of Sciences. The Lower Three Runs IOU system is still educating and training future radioecologists and scientists. There are, just about every summer, there are Savannah River Ecology Lab grad students, undergrad students, interns of all types, and Parr Pond really attracts a lot of their research. This is just kind of an aerial photograph, the same thing we just saw, showing the route of cooling water through canals from P reactor over to Pond C, and from R reactor over to Pond B, and then to the north arm of PAR over here. So this is just an aerial photograph. We're going to do a little travelogue here of this system because there's so much to see, and it's very picturesque, except here where we've done some timber management, some tree removal. This is just an aerial photo showing a canal from P reactor going to Pond 2, and then coming out of Pond 2 and going over to Pond 4. And from R reactor, the discharge canal runs straight to Pond A, and then both of these would carry water to PAR Pond, which is over here to the right, out of the frame. So I mentioned that Lower Three Runs is all the way through its investigation, assessment, and cleanup decision making, and a record of decision was issued in December of 2021. It covers the remedy selected for the upper portion, which is that, if you remember, it's that portion from the PAR Pond Dam up all the way back to the reactors. And it also documents the remedial action for the portion below the dam, called the middle and lower subunits, that were already completed. They were cleaned up 8 to 10 years ago. So because of the sheer size of this system, even the portion above the PAR Pond Dam is enormous. So we divided this into 9 exposure areas, so that the tremendous amount of data could be divided into smaller, more manageable data sets for risk assessment. And also because estimating risk, one of the inputs to risk is exposure of an individual. And rather than assume that an individual was wandering all over this 10 square mile area, it's more practical to assume exposure in a smaller portion of it. So that's the reason for dividing into exposure areas. Just a little bit about radioisotopes and radioactivity and why do we care about it. So radioisotopes can exist naturally or can be man-made. We made some in our reactors for the United States Defense Program. Radioisotopes also exist in nature. Uranium is mined. It's naturally radioactive. There are other radioactive elements in soil that have been part of the Earth forever. And cesium-137 is a radioisotope that exists in low levels in the environment, just about everywhere. There's still a little bit left from atmospheric testing of weapons that happened back in the early days of the Cold War. And so you've heard of fallout. Fallout was just about everywhere, and because of fallout, low levels of radiocesium are still detectable just about everywhere in the southeastern United States. There was also some added to the atmosphere from accidents at Chernobyl and Fukushima, and some nuclear reprocessing facilities contribute to fallout in the immediate areas around them. Cesium-137 at Savannah Riverside is a byproduct of nuclear reactor operations. It was not something we made on purpose. It is a fission product, or a product of the fission that ultimately produced the materials that we were trying to produce. The water in the disassembly basins at P and R reactors contained cesium-137 from the reactor fuel assemblies and targets that would cool in there after their irradiation, and so some cesium-137 just routinely got into that disassembly basin water, and it had to be purged periodically. So initially it was discharged directly into the streams. From R it went directly into Lower Three Runs, and from P it went directly into Steel Creek. But after the construction of the canal system and Parr Pond, everything sort of moved toward Parr Pond and down lower 3 runs. Radioisotope levels in the environment decrease over time naturally. Radioisotopes all decay. They're all decaying constantly. The rates of decay for each radioisotope is a physical constant. For cesium-137, it's just a tad over 30 years. So the cesium that got into the environment back in the 60s is about 3/4 gone just from natural decay. 2 half-lives have passed, and so there's about 25% left. If my arithmetic is right, I think it is. Cesium-137 binds strongly to soil and doesn't travel very far below land surface. So especially in clay soils, the cesium is bound very tightly. It's hard to remove, and in many cases, we're happy to let it stay there and to not move off-site or toward groundwater. Plants and animals that grow or live near contaminated soil may take up small amounts of it through their food chain, through plants and smaller animals. But mainly the reason why we care and we do cleanup is that exposure to cesium-137 and any radioisotopes really can increase the risk for cancer because of the presence of high energy gamma radiation that cesium-137 emits. And that radiation is reduced by shielding and by distance. So the message there is that cesium-137 in Parr Pond poses no threat and provides no radiation to someone off the Savannah River site or even at a minimal distance from Parr Pond. And when you also consider the fact that it's shielded by the water above that contaminated sediment, the risk is actually quite low. Cancer risk is expressed as the estimated number of additional cancers in a population from exposure to the carcinogen, or in this case, cesium-137, at the concentrations that we measure. That's why we sample, we analyze to determine the concentrations that exist in soil or whatever medium. And from that concentration, using EPA methodology, we can estimate a risk of additional cancers in the population. So we express that risk as additional cancers. For instance, 1 in 10,000. Sometimes you see this in our documents as exponential numbers like 1 times 10 to the minus 4, or 1 in 1 million, which would be 1 times 10 to the minus 6. And of course, cancer risk, using that methodology, is one of the key factors. Not the only factor, but it is one of the key factors in cleanup decision making. Contamination from the reactor discharges resulted in cesium-137 in the sediment soil. So mostly what we're talking about is in the canals and in the ponds, it is the sediment, not the water, that is contaminated. The cesium became attached to silt, clay, particles, settled. It's in the bottom of these systems, and essentially the water is clean. Mercury was also introduced into this surface water because the cooling water for all these reactors was pumped in from the Savannah River. And the Savannah River is where the mercury was. So that was introduced to SRS by the pumping in of river water from the Savannah River. And it's gotten into the food chain and it stays there, and I guess it's slowly going away. But still, in the ponds that are large enough to sustain what would be edible fish populations, the fish do contain levels of mercury and cesium that would preclude ingesting them. There is no fishing allowed on SRS. Of course, our entire site boundary is protected, but also, as you'll see, there's going to be another land use control boundary around this lower 3 run system. So we also designate some levels of contamination that are particularly high. In other words, 10 to 100 times the threshold that we would use in decision making. We call some of these concentrations principal threats. If they would produce a risk of one additional cancer in 1,000, which would be 1 times 10 to the minus 3. And so there were individual sample locations in 3 of the exposure areas that achieved or exceeded that level. And they were in exposure area 1, which is this canal coming right out of the R reactor. Exposure area 3, which is Pond B up there. There were a couple of hot spots in there. And in exposure area 5, which was Joyce Branch, where the R reactor water used to travel directly to lower 3 runs before this canal was built. This is just a photograph of that spot in exposure area 1, or the R reactor discharge canal. Can't see it, it's in the mud at the bottom of this. There's 6 or 8 feet of water over it, but it's just what, if you went out there to look at it, this is what you would see. This is Pond B from the air, and the hot spot is over on the west side, right where this canal comes in, probably right in here somewhere. And then, of course, Pond B would retain water for a little while. This dam here is what created Pond B, or what maintains it. And then this water goes out this way through another canal toward the one of the arms of Parr Pond. This is what Joyce Branch looks like these days. This no longer, or as soon as the canal system was built, Joyce Branch no longer received discharge water, but it's just a boggy, low flow stream, swampy area. And this was all characterized, all these tributaries and canals and everything were characterized in the last 10 years. And there were a couple of hot spots identified along the, in the soil, along the banks of Joyce Branch, where, you know, when the water was streaming down there at a high rate coming out of the reactor, there were probably some places where the water slowed down at a bend or something, and the radiocesium settled out and formed a hot spot. So a little bit about the record of decision that was issued in 2021. The selected remedy for this upper subunit, which again, I'll remind you, is that part above the dam. It includes Parr Pond and all the canals coming into it. Land use controls are a big part of it. Monitored natural recovery, which means that this contamination, cesium-137, is decaying at a constant rate, but we're going to monitor it to make sure that we know where it is and its levels at all times. And that's for all 9 of the exposure areas above the dam. There was going to be some excavation, treatment, and disposal of some of that principal threat source material, and that is in exposure area 1, the very first reach of the discharge canal coming out of the R reactor. Has a hot spot in it that is more accessible than some of these other locations, so we decided to remove it. And we're also going to maintain water in the ponds for Pond B and for Parr Pond. You can see from the pictures they have dam infrastructure that keeps those ponds there. And so we will inspect and maintain those dams to make sure that we are able to maintain water in those 2 reservoirs. The future land use specified for the lower 3 runs IOU will be non-residential, primarily used for environmental ecological research. DOE will maintain control of this land, this property, and that includes all the property around this system, even the long 24-mile tail of lower 3 runs. DOE owns the property on both sides, so that there is no public access to lower three runs. And there will be 5-year remedy reviews conducted where we'll look at this monitoring data that confirms the natural recovery of this system and also ensure that our land use controls are still intact. Our signs are up, our fences are up, and there's no evidence of encroachment. So the 3 elements of the remedy again were land use controls with monitored natural recovery, and we'll talk about that one first. So essentially, this is Parr Pond. Here's the dam right here, and then lower three runs comes through the dam and continues on down to the Savannah River down here. But there will be, there's a land use control boundary that is established by this record of decision, right around the perimeter of the pond and all the canals. So that we make sure that we control the site's use of this property, and that in the future, if any of this property were ever to be transferred, which is not reasonably anticipated by anyone, there would be deed restrictions where, residential use would be precluded. So yeah, the land use control boundary is kind of both sides of the canals and right around the perimeter of everything here. And there are signs all over the place designating this as the lower three runs IOU. And just for perspective, this is the SRS boundary here. This road right here, I believe, goes to the Williston Gate. No, the Barnwell Gate. No, the Williston Gate. But anyway, there's a South Carolina, there's a low-level waste disposal facility over here called the Chem Nuclear low-level waste disposal facility. But the site boundary over here, we've walked it down. It's very clearly marked. There's a fence here. It's very well maintained. And so there's some buffer between the site boundary and lower three runs. This is what a typical land use control boundary sign looks like. It identifies the lower three runs IOU. It says the water bodies and floodplains beyond this sign contain hazardous and radiological substances, no fishing, do not enter water bodies or floodplains without contacting the waste unit custodian and the Savannah Riverside Operations Center. So in other words, stay out of here. There's nothing good in here, nothing healthy. The monitored natural recovery aspect of land use controls was identified to address the long-term monitoring component because we have committed to keep on monitoring concentrations of radiocesium in this system, to verify that they're going away at the predicted rate, and to also someday ascertain that levels are low enough that we don't need controls anymore. That's way, way in the future. Monitored natural remediation is a remedy that uses the naturally occurring processes that reduce the bioavailability or toxicity of contaminants, and in this case, that process is radioactive decay. And by ongoing deposition, we mean that the contamination that's in the sediment at the bottom of Parr Pond, Pond B, the canals and streams is constantly being covered by fresh silt that's depositing. The physical half-life for cesium-137 is 30.2 years. The biological half-life can be much shorter. In other words, the residence time of cesium in the organisms that take it up can be less than that because they are constantly eliminating it. As we said, it strongly binds with soil minerals, kaolinite and illite minerals, which do occur naturally in our soils. The land use for lower three runs is compatible with natural recovery. There's no residential use. It's primarily research. And DOE maintains control of the land. So it's ours to monitor however and whenever we need to. And because there's some contamination left in place, a 5-year remedy review will be conducted. That's required by CERCLA, the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act. That monitoring will consist of aerial gamma surveys. We have routine helicopter overflights of all this, and a helicopter can be outfitted with a gamma radiation detector that can, with fairly good resolution, map the distribution of radioactive cesium. We also hope in the near future to begin using unmanned aerial systems for this, drones. We will collect fish and measure the levels of cesium and mercury from the larger bodies, Pond B, Par Pond, and Pond C. And we will do sediment and soil sampling based on the aerial surveys. In other words, wherever the overhead gamma survey shows us that there is particularly elevated gamma radiation, that's where we'll sample to sort of ground truth the aerial data. And the monitoring will be part of a 5-year remedy review report that's called the remedy review for Savannah Riverside operable units with native soil covers and/or land use controls. We will include the lower 3 runs IOU in that 5-year remedy review. And the monitoring plan will be reevaluated after cesium activities decay below principal threat levels. In other words, when we don't have any of these hotspots anymore, we will reevaluate the concentrations throughout the system and evaluate whether we still need to continue monitoring in the same way and at the same frequency as of course, as the threat goes down. The second element of the remedy, excavation, treatment, and disposal of principal threat source materials in Exposure Area 1. Exposure Area 1 includes Par Pond and the R discharge canal, and we'll have a look at that. So right here is Exposure Area 1. It's the canal that comes right from our reactor and makes its way to Pond A. And so there's a hot spot right there, a little bit farther than midway between the reactor and Pond A, that exceeded our PTSM threshold for cesium-137, and it's not very large. It's probably, well, we think it's probably something like 5 meters square. Now, as we get in there and start to remove it, we may find that it's a little wider than we thought, but we'll remove it out to where the levels no longer require removal. And basically, it'll shorten the time frame for decay to reach cleanup levels, because when we take that hot spot out of there, the average concentration in the canal will go down, and the average concentration in the whole system will be reduced by reducing that hot spot. Saw this picture before. The hot spot is in the sediment under about 8 to 10 feet of water right there in the R discharge canal. And the third element of the remedy is to maintain water in the ponds for Exposure Area 3, which is Pond B, and Par Pond, because the water serves as a natural shield against radiation. And so this is the Pond B dam. It is about, from end to end, about a 1/4 mile in length. And so what we're saying is that we will inspect and maintain that dam to ensure that all this 225 acre or so reservoir can be maintained. We don't want anything to happen to that dam. This is a little close-up at Pond B, where there's a boat dock for that scientists and samplers used to use, and some floating sampling enclosures. This little boat shed is still out there, by the way. And Pond C is directly connected with Par Pond. It's actually only separated by this little dam here, which actually allows the two bodies of water to equilibrate their levels. It keeps the two levels the same. It's not really a dam, it's a reverse riser. But the other significant dam is this one, the Par Pond Dam. So this, of course, is an enormous reservoir, about 4 square miles, 2,600 or so acres. And this dam from end to end is almost 3/4 of a mile. So we're talking about inspection and maintenance to ensure that that dam remains in good shape, to maintain Par Pond, the integrity of that pond. So the schedule, the record of decision, as I said, was issued this past December. The remedial actions start, which would be, of course, the excavation of that hotspot in the canal, the placement of all these boundary signs, the beginning of our monitoring, and the formal start of dam inspection and maintenance is required to start by April 24th of 23. We will actually get started a few months actually, earlier than that. And then after it's all finished, we will submit a post-construction report and a remedial action completion report. We think it'll all be wrapped up by early 2025. And this is our friend, the great blue heron. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Your card up first, so we're going to start with you.
So my question is more for clarification. So if the fish are contaminated, but not the water, and the sediment is contaminated, what about other animals like migratory animals that aren't there all the time? Do you do any testing on them?
Susan Blas is our environmental scientist from Savannah River Nuclear Solutions Area Completion Project, who was one of the principal investigators here. I'll start off by saying, yes, migratory species do stop over here. They feed on some of the organisms in this system, but because they are migratory, they are not feeding continuously in this system. They're eating from other places as well. So yeah, the contamination does move through that vector, but not at levels that are significant. Susan, anything that you could clarify or correct on that? If you take a microphone.
Yes, Susan Blas. So what you said is accurate, very well stated. We did look at other trophic modeled organisms in our risk assessment. So we did look at waterfowl, migratory species, other species besides fish. The biggest threat based on the risk was the threat to the recreational fishermen from cesium and mercury. The other ones were negligible.
Thank you, Susan. So just to clarify, the recreational fisherman is a made-up scenario. We don't really have fishermen out here for recreation. It's a hypothetical scenario, but it assumes that a person ate a certain amount of fish every week for a prolonged period of years, and it can estimate the risk based on that uptake of cesium. Did I answer your question?
Yes, I have one more question.
Sure.
So do you test groundwater in that area? And if so, how far out from the SRS site do you do the testing?
How far out beyond the Savannah Riverside boundary?
Yes, do you test beyond the boundary? Do you offer testing of groundwater, let's say 5 miles out or 2 miles out, a mile from the boundary line?
Okay, I really am not expert enough or qualified to answer questions about our environmental monitoring program. I can tell you that in the vicinity of, right around this lower three run system, there is no contamination that in the groundwater that is coming out of this system. The R area and the P area, of course, were reactors. They were very busy industrial areas. And there are local groundwater plumes in those areas, I mean local, acre or two, that do discharge a little bit of volatile organic chemicals and tritium into tributaries, but that makes its way, of course, into either Steel Creek or lower three runs, and by the time it gets to the Savannah River, it's no longer measurable. It's too low to detect. But groundwater monitoring off-site, I'm sorry, I really can't answer. We can follow up on that, or
Angela, I think you have some.
Yes, good morning, Angela Holmes, DOE Savannah River. And we do have an extensive monitoring system that is with our environmental compliance area. We have the ACER that is published each year. It's the annual site environmental report, and we do monitor outside the Savannah River site.
Thanks, Angela.
thanks, Angela. And that report, that annual site environmental report, is available online. As you probably know, it's at the srs.gov website, probably under outreach or one of those. I think that's the right button on there.
Thank you.
We'll go to Jim and then Narinder and then Rana. Jim?
Jim Gale Cap. What does cesium-137 decay into, and is there anything in that decay chain that could potentially be an issue?
What does it decay into? I think I'm going to get lucky on this and say barium-137.
That's correct.
Who said that's correct?
I did.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. So when we do a risk assessment on these radionuclides, we include all the progeny of that primary radionuclide. Is John Richards here?
He is, but he's had to step out.
Okay. So when John gets back, I'd like him to respond to that question because he's a radiation guy from EPA Region 4 who's got a lot better grasp of this than I do.
Okay. Narinder?
Narendra Balak. Are there any wetlands in the area?
Residents?
Yeah.
Of course, along the tail of lower three runs, I'm going to try to get back to a picture of that here. It's going to take a while, I'm sorry. But yeah, along the tail, as I said, DOE owns the property on both sides of lower three runs, but only a narrow strip, like a quarter of a mile on either side of the tail. And so beyond that is private property, and there are residences, but not within this land use control boundary of the lower three runs IOU. Okay, so here's the whole IOU. And so down here, the Department of Energy or the government owns a thin strip of land on both sides of the stream, but this is private property over here. This is the Creek Plantation, actually. And over here is also private property. You know, it's extremely rural. There are very few residents out there, but their property does abut the government property. But again, it's not within the floodplain or the land use control boundary of lower three runs.
Has any wetland been modified?
I'm sorry, has any what been modified?
Has any wetland has been modified with artificial wetland?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Has any artificial wetland been modified?
Is that the question? What James just said?
Has any artificial wetland been modified?
Or-
Yes.
Yeah.
No. No wetland modification. Down here, there were some, about 9 to 10 years ago, we did clean up 4 hot spots along lower three runs that would have been within, I'm sure, a wetland, but it was just a local or a small cleanup, probably about the size of this room, where a hotspot was cleaned up, but there was, the conditions were restored when we were finished. So no, there's been no wetland modification down here.
Rana?
I know there are some things that are available for public viewing on the website, but I believe this presentation was very comprehensive in giving a good feel for what Savannah Riverside does as far as work. With a number of people being around the state who have no idea of what goes on at Savannah Riverside, is something like this available, or are you available to give many presentations or talks to like students, community, people of that nature?
So I'll handle the website part, and I'll let you handle the "Are you available" bit.
I'll let OEA handle the "Are you available" part.
He's available.
And this website, this presentation, and all the presentations you're going to see today are actually currently on the CAB website. They went up late last week. So cab.srs.gov, presentations 2021, scroll down to July. There they all live.
So Rana, yeah, I'm happy to. Our Office of External Affairs will set that up if there's a request.
Okay. Ruth?
Thanks, Amy.
Ruth Hollingsworth, CAB. Mr. Hennessy, thank you for this presentation. It was very comprehensive, and it provided me with a lot of information that I was not aware of, and it was excellent, so thank you. I just have two quick questions. You had mentioned about the mercury in Savannah River. What was the source of that mercury?
What was the source of the mercury in the Savannah River? Susan, do you happen to recall? Yeah, Susan Bloss will answer.
Susan Bloss. There was a company, Olin, that was located in Augusta, Georgia, and they emitted quite a bit, discharged a lot of mercury into the system. So when we pumped the water, it came into our system. Levels in the river in different locations are higher than our system, but we do collect data and environmental monitoring through the ACER program, collects mercury data in the river as well.
Okay, thank
So
you.
thanks. So it was an upstream or an upriver industrial source.
Thank you. And number two, the disposal of the soil from the par pond. Where does that soil go? Where do you dispose of it?
So the soil that we excavate when we do cleanup,
Yes.
I believe that 10 years ago when those hotspots were cleaned up, Susan, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that soil was low-level waste that was disposed of on the Savannah River site in our E-area low-level waste disposal facility, which is also where this sediment will go that we excavate from the discharge canal. I see no reason why it wouldn't have gone into our low-level waste disposal facility in the E-area.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And Bobby?
Bobby Williams, CAB. Deer hunts and turkey hunts are allowed on the site. Are these animals checked for cesium? And what about the animals that are in the surrounding off-site, outside the boundary?
Okay, thank you. Yes, all of the animals that are taken during our controlled hunts, deer, hog, and turkey, are monitored before they're released. And I would say that the animals off-site that information is probably in our annual site environmental report, but that's also part of South Carolina DHEC's sampling program in the vicinity of SRS. And maybe someone from South Carolina DHEC could pitch in here. Go ahead, Susan.
Susan Bloss. I was going to add that the Savannah River Ecology Lab is part of the National Environmental Research Park. They have looked at multitudes of species across SRS and outside of SRS, including squirrels and raccoons, rabbits. They did a consumption survey to find out what type of organisms people actually hunted around the Savannah River site and targeted those species as well.
Thanks, Susan.
Thanks, Bobby. We'll go Charles and then Greg.
Charles Hilton, CAB. I'm a little bit confused about this excavation of soil. I'm assuming you're doing that for the cesium content?
Yes, sir.
If 75% of it is already decayed, it appears to me it's far safer to leave it where it's at than to put it on a truck and haul it down the highway and just let it naturally get rid of itself. I mean, these are protected areas.
Yes, they are. So the reason that we decided to do this is that, yes, levels were much higher in the past than they are today, but these levels that we measured very recently. So it is, there is high activity in this little hotspot. And because of its location at the uppermost end of this lower three-run system, it has the potential to, under a big storm event, it could be a source, it could move down farther in the system, down to Pond A, eventually make its way to Par Pond. We would just like to deal with it where it is before it has an opportunity to migrate. And like I think I said, we did evaluate leaving it in place. We also evaluated capping it where it is. And this was, believe it or not, the easiest thing to do. It could likely be safely left in place, but we would be taking a chance that it could migrate, and it won't be going over any public roads. When it's dug up and treated, it'll be disposed of on SRS. So it won't be going anywhere other than from our area to E area over SRS roads.
Greg, before I get to you, Graceland, did you have something that you wanted to add with DHEC and Bobby's question?
Sure. Thank you, James. So, Ms. Bobby, just to follow up, so for ESOP, we do fish sampling, and we focus on largemouth bass, channel, and flathead catfish on the Savannah River, as well as some saltwater species closer to the coast. And then we do partner with local hunters that are off-site of the Savannah River site to take hog and or sample when they're available.
Thanks. Thank you. Greg.
Thank you, Greg Murray, CAB. Thank you for the presentation, Brian. It was very interesting. And Charles kind of asked my question. One other thing I want to note real quick, James, we're having a little trouble hearing over here, so if we can get the volume turned up a little bit, at least for the speakers, that would be great. So it's my understanding that DOE or some form of the U.S. government is going to have control of this property in perpetuity. Is that correct?
That's our understanding as well, yes.
Okay, and you mentioned several times reviewing programs every 5 years or so. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's required by the Superfund program.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then in line with Charles's question, I guess let me ask it a little bit different way. If the property is all completely boxed off and supposedly nobody can get to it, how much risk is actually being reduced by doing this?
Risk of exposure to this contamination at the location where it is right now is almost non-existent.
Right.
Researchers and site workers would be the only ones with legal access to the R discharge canal. As I said, though, it is there is a high activity spot in this canal that under a huge storm event could mobilize this and move it so we wouldn't know where it was going. We wouldn't know where it ended up, rather. It probably wouldn't get any farther than Pond A, but it's a principal threat. It's at levels that qualify it as a principal threat material, so we decided to take an action, make it go away. And like I said, the total amount of cesium-137 in this exposure area will be significantly reduced by taking this one hot spot out. Yeah, it's not hard to imagine it staying there and just keeping people away from it. That's true for most of the contamination on the SRS, but we have a federal facility agreement, and we have laws and regulations that require us to respond to these release sites. And you know, we are certain, and we have the means to maintain this property as belonging to the federal government. So we think that that's a given, but things change over the decades and the centuries, and so rather than leave a principal threat in place, we decided the thing to do today while we have control is get rid of it.
And a principal threat is identified as some level of additional cases of cancer, is that?
Yeah, it's the activity or the concentration of the material is such that were exposure to that material to occur, and that would be over a prolonged period of time, but the cancer risk would go from the normal Superfund, let's do something about it range, to 10 times that. So 10 to the minus 3 or 1 in 1,000 is the number we're talking about. That's the threshold for principal threats.
I guess ultimately my question is, if the risk is minimal, these resources could be diverted to something where there is greater risk instead of spending it on this.
This is an age-old question, Charles. And, there are several programs at SRS. All of them have their missions and their budgets and priorities are decided not by me or not by my manager, but by the Office of Environmental Management, ultimately by the Congress, who authorizes these activities and funds them. So, and again, we are following the guidelines of CERCLA, the National Contingency Plan, the Federal Facility Agreement, in some cases, State Resource Conservation and Recovery Act. We're doing these things because we have to, and because as stewards of this environment, we are completely willing to do this cleanup.
Just final question then, about how much do you think you're going to be spending on doing this?
That excavation? I want to say that is about $400,000 or $500,000.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then last question, Steve, wrap it up for us.
Steve Riley, CAB. Maintaining the dams is certainly one thing, but have you looked at the situation of extreme drought and exposed sediments, and does that pose any issue, or how would you deal with a situation like that?
Thank you. Great question. There's a few facets to this answer. First, I'll say that Parr Pond, the real big one, where there are low levels of cesium virtually anywhere you took a sample in Parr Pond, it maintains its level naturally by rainfall, surface drainage, groundwater discharge, whatever. We don't augment that pumping at all, or we don't pump water to it. We did one time back in 2002, 2003 during a drought. We had to pump river water or divert river water to Parr Pond for a couple of months to get it back up to level where I'll call it the beach. The shoreline was underwater again, but that hasn't happened in 20 years. Pond B requires no supplemental pumping. The key here is that these risk numbers these risks that we estimated from these average concentrations in the sediment, the bottom of Parr Pond, Pond B, all the canals, those were all estimated assuming there was no water. So that they were assuming using worst case conditions, okay? The water makes everything, shields the radiation from everything except, of course, the aquatic organisms. But as far as human exposure, water is our friend here. And these dams, it's just an insurance measure to make sure that the dams will keep the ponds intact, buying time, as these concentrations, these activity levels go down. Time is our ally here, where there's decay by 50% happening every 30 years. So is that a good answer? Okay, thank you.
Brian, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. Up next, we've got spent nuclear fuel receipts and storage, and Larry McDaniel.
I'm going to use the corner of your desk. Got my own notes. Good morning. My name is Larry McDaniel. I am the project manager for the spent nuclear fuel at Savannah Riverside. I joined the Nuclear Materials Program Directorate only in November, so I'm pretty new to the spent fuel program myself. All right, agenda, we're going to talk about the facility, the basin, some of the spent nuclear fuel that we receive, and we're going to talk about, I'm going to show you some cask examples and give you a scenario, some slides on how we process those casks when they come in. L Area Facility was one of the original 5 reactors that was constructed in 1951. It was in operation until 1968. And then in 1996, it was reconfigured to store research reactor spent nuclear fuel, both foreign and domestic. In 2003, we completed the consolidation of all the spent nuclear fuel across Savannah Riverside into the L Area Basin. The basin itself is 32,000 square foot underneath the roof. It has 3.4 million gallons of water in a big giant swimming pool that is anywhere between 17 and 50 foot deep. A couple of things that we concern ourselves with the water that's in the basin is the clarity and the purity. The reason we do that is because 90% of the operations, better than 90% of the operations that we do in L Area Basin happens underwater. So the water clarity is a big deal for the operators to move and place the spent nuclear fuel. Water purity is controlled by a sand filter and a deionizer. The sand filter obviously removes organics from the water, and the deionizer helps control the water chemistry. That is a big deal because it reduces the, I lost the word I was looking for. I have notes here. Hold on 1 second. It minimizes corrosion on the spent nuclear fuel. From these pictures, this is our vertical tube storage, and this is a fuel assembly that is being placed in the storage. You can see the water line is all the way up here to the edge, and these are at least 17 feet long. So that gives you an idea of how clear the water is. The mission of the L Area Basin is to support NNSA's Global Threat Reduction Initiative. And we do that by helping them remove highly enriched uranium from civilian reactors around the world. This is where our FRR comes from, our foreign research reactor fuel. We also support the Office of Nuclear Energy and the Office of Science by receiving the domestic research reactor fuel from universities and Oak Ridge National Laboratories out in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. This picture is actually a picture from their facility. This is the HIFER, which is the high flux isotope reactor cores. That is not a picture of it in L Basin. This is a picture of the cores in their storage facility. The foreign research reactor fuel, we receive it from 32 countries in Taiwan. It comes in through Charleston, through sea, and then it is shipped to us either rail or road to Savannah Riverside. The FRR program is nearing its conclusion. We plan to continue receiving foreign research reactor fuel through 2029. The domestic research reactor fuels are shipped from sites within the United States, universities, and the Office of Science out of ORNL to Savannah Riverside, and we use road to do that. There are 20 locations total. And we plan to continue the domestic research reactor shipments through 2030 timeframe. These are examples of the casts that we have received or do receive. They are from different locations around the world and the U.S. Shipment of these casts are governed by the Department of Transportation and Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And each one of them is certified to meet Title 10 of the U.S. Code, federal regulation. Cast processing. Once we receive a cast at Savannah Riverside, we remove the impact limiters on the cast. We place the cast under water. We remove the lid. This is with a top view of the lid removed. And then we remove the fuel assemblies. Those fuel assemblies are placed in buckets and transferred into the basin. We decontaminate, reassemble, and ship the cast back to its country or location of origin. As a reminder, all of this work here happens underwater, which again supports the clarity requirement. So in summary, we will continue to receive spent nuclear fuel in the L Area Basin. We are going to continue to store it, send it over to H Canyon for processing. We will continue to manage the volume on the balance received and the balance processed. Are there any questions?
Usually when a presenter tells me I just need 10 minutes, I say to myself, yeah, right.
I can't hear. I can't hear, so when you ask your question, please speak up. Speak
Okay,
up.
so Narendra, I saw your question first. Let's start with you.
Narendra Malik. The material, nuclear material Savannah River site receives from other countries, is it under some agreement like nuclear non-proliferation?
It is. It is through NNSA's non-proliferation program.
And how much normally we receive and for how long we are going to receive it?
I don't know the number on how much more.
Yeah.
Because we don't necessarily know that yet. We're still working with some of the countries to ensure that non-proliferation processes are met. But we plan to receive that through 2039. 2029.
Does Savannah Riverside needs a NRC license to receive it?
Negative.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Greg Murray. Thank you for the presentation. So if SRS is going to continue to receive these materials, foreign materials through 2029, where are they going to go after 2029?
I do not know. We are assisting both all three, NNSA, Nuclear Energy, and the Office of Science in finding a future storage location for their material.
What about is the domestic program going to end at the same time in 2029?
It ends so it's different. Some of it has to end a little bit earlier, and some of it can end a little bit later.
So how far into the future will SRS be receiving domestic spent nuclear fuel?
Right now, the date looks like 2027 timeframe.
2027?
Correct.
Where's the domestic fuel going to go after that?
We do not know.
Okay, thank you.
Ruth? Can you turn their volume up, please?
Ruth Hollingsworth, CAB. Thank you, Mr. McDaniel, for the presentation. I have two questions. I'm not quite sure how to ask these, whatever, but in the L Basin, there's 3.4 million gallons of water maintained for clarity, purity, through a sand filter and ionizer. In the event of a power outage, how is that maintained?
We do have backup generators to run those systems to continue operations. There is time period that we can wait for the power to come back online, and I think it's like a week. Neil McIntosh is the site manager out there.
I'll need you on a microphone, please, if you don't mind.
Hi, everybody. Neil McIntosh, LA. We can go to your question if we were to lose power. We can go and do routinely have to go for an extended period of time without the ionizers running or sand filters operating. The clarity and purity of the water, as you saw in the pictures and that Larry mentioned, is very well maintained. So there can be and have been in the past extended periods where our systems can remain down and it does not impact clarity or our vision or ability to operate in the basin.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, the federal government, from what I understand, is making efforts to harden systems against an electromagnetic pulse, an EMP. Is that taking place with these systems at Savannah River?
So, again, the clarity and purity doesn't actually hinder us, it just helps us in doing our mission. Water is water. Electromagnetic pulse would not affect the water, it would just affect the systems that purify the water.
Okay.
So it doesn't stop us from safely protecting the material in its current stored configuration.
So the systems are hardened against?
They are not hardened against EMP.
Okay. Thank you.
Mike, I saw you pull your microphone up. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just want to be a little clear. So when Larry's talking about the dates here, that's based on our current configuration. But it's a complex, the actual answer is way more complex than those dates because federal law requires us to maintain the canyon operable. in a high state of readiness. And there's no sunset on that provision in the Code of Federal Regulations. Okay, so there's a lot of discussions going on at headquarters about what comes next. And Larry's answer that we don't know is correct, but it doesn't mean we're not trying to figure it out. So if you did nothing and operated like we are today, when the liquid waste program shuts down in about 2033, then H Canyon can't operate anymore, because H Canyon, when you process material, you create waste, and the waste has to be sent somewhere for solidification or vitrification. Currently, that goes into the tank farms and then into DWPF. Without the tank farms and DWPF, then you can't operate the canyon because you got nowhere to send the waste. So in the future, if there's a need to continue to receive material and process it, we'll have to do something, whether it's we build a replacement facility for the canyon, we modify the canyon, we retain part of the liquid waste program, DWPF and some tanks to continue service in the canyon, and there's other options. They're all being considered by between us and headquarters about what could be done or should be done next. And we don't have the answer yet today because it's a complex thing we have to figure out. But we are working on it with headquarters and where we go from here. And as far as the EMP question, that's way beyond environmental management. There'd be some other folks at headquarters probably you'd have to discuss that with about hardening. So, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from around the table? Seeing none. Larry, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Up next, we have Tony Polk with Savannah River National Laboratory.
Hey, James, I think John had a question here.
Oh, John.
Yes. Yeah, this is actually, I had to step out for a call, and unfortunately, sorry about that, but Brian saw me when I came back in. There was a question on cesium decay products. The cesium-137, like strontium-90, has an immediate decay product that we always consider as kind of part of the main radionuclide. It's not like uranium that has 10, 12 progeny that sometimes are very significant. And when we often use the phrase cesium-137 plus D, which means it includes the barium-137M that's always with it, it's never separate, and that's actually what provides the gamma and the main hazard from the cesium itself. Cesium-137 itself, which is never separated from the barium-137M, is actually a beta emitter, but we easily find it in the environment because of the gamma signature. So again, yeah, all radionuclides have a decay product. In this case, it's always together. So I hope that answered the question from the previous talk.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, John. All right, Tony. Floor is all yours.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Tony Polk. I am the director of the Savannah River Laboratory Office. I appreciate the opportunity here to give you an overview of the Savannah River National Laboratory.
We can't hear Tony very well up there, sorry.
How about better?
Keep talking.
How about now?
Yeah,
Okay.
better, thank you.
Very good. Okay, so I'll start over again. So my name is Tony Polk. I am the director of the Savannah River Laboratory Office for the Department of Energy, and I appreciate this opportunity to be able to talk to you this morning about the laboratory and give you an overview of what the laboratory does for the Department of Energy in the nation. To start, the laboratory, just at a glance, we all know where it's located. Battelle Savannah River Alliance, LLC, is the operator. I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in a minute. Its physical assets include about 750,000 square feet of buildings with a replacement plant value of about $2 billion. And that figure is several years old. I would be willing to bet that there's a higher figure associated with that were we to go back through
the analysis again to understand what it would take to be able to replace the laboratory. About 63,000 square feet is in leased facilities. We've got a little over 1,000 full-time equivalent employees in the laboratory working for the contractor. Among those are included some joint appointments, postdoctoral researchers, as well as undergraduate students through intern programs and other programs that are in place that allow for study in the laboratory as a part of university curriculums. In 2021, the laboratory had about $274 million in program execution dollars that were available to it to meet the various mission needs of the tasks that get assigned. And I think it would be better if I remove that. So, as you can see by the pie chart here, a number of the sources of the dollars that come to the laboratory, including EM, NNSA, other DOE sites, other customers in the federal government and outside the federal government, compromise the dollars that come into the laboratory. I think what you'll note there, even though the laboratory is owned by EM, the majority of the work that goes on in the laboratory today is related to NNSA activities. Its mission, conduct basic research and development that helps to advance scientific knowledge across the complex for EM, for NNSA, for others, and to be able to take the knowledge that's gained from that and move that out into the commercial world where, in great part, it can create an advantage for the United States relative to competitiveness across the globe. The programs are carried out in partnership, as I said, with other DOE organizations, sites. The laboratory is a multi-program laboratory. In other words, it services more than just one program within the Department of Energy. And as we asked the contractor when we put the bid out for the contract a couple of years ago, that's been separated out from underneath the primary management and operations contract, we asked that contractor to seek to advance the frontiers of science and technology through broad interdisciplinary R&D programs that would help answer the kinds of fundamental questions that are necessary to be able to advance the missions of the Department of Energy, especially for EM, for NNSA, and for others, and then help to apply the technologies that are learned from that to advance the needs in the United States. Over the course of the last couple of years in particular, although it has been ongoing, the average age of the folks in the laboratory, similar to the rest of the site, was growing. We've had a lot of folks that have retired. The laboratory is growing in its program work. As a result, new hires have come into the laboratory. Here is just a bit of a depiction that gives you an idea over the past 2 years relative to about 400 new staff that have come into the laboratory, where in the central Savannah River area those folks come from to service the laboratory's needs. And it's a wide range of folks, from those that would be technicians and operators that are necessary for the operations of the laboratory on its main campus in particular, as well as engineers and scientists. From a demographic perspective, and I won't go through the details of every one of these slides, but you can see from the slide that the age distribution associated with folks in the laboratory that has gone down over the last few years as we continue to try to move younger folks into the laboratory. the gender of those associated with the laboratory and the ethnicity. And then you can also see the locations here on the map of the United States from whence we have gained some of those folks over the last couple of years that have come into the laboratory. It really represents folks that have come from across the nation, depending on the disciplines that are brought in and what the job entails. So, on December 22nd, 2020, the Department of Energy awarded the contract for operation of the laboratory after a competition to Battelle Savannah River Alliance. And then after a period of transition, on June 21st, 2021, BSRA assumed operation of the laboratory. What is really unique about the Battelle BSRA and their operation of the laboratory is that one of the things that the department asked for in its solicitation was that they bring on partners, especially from universities, to be able to add to the breadth of the partnerships that could be built to help advance the research and development activities to be able to help the missions across the DOE complex. To that end, BSRA brought with them among their management team, and these are members of the board of directors as well too for BSRA, South Carolina, Clemson, South Carolina State, Georgia Tech, University of Georgia. And note, South Carolina State, as far as we are aware, is the first HBCU to be a part of a management team for a national laboratory. Not listed here are a couple of business partners as well too, TechSource and Longenecker and Associates that are part of that team. The scope of work, major mission roles, environmental management, national security, science discovery, energy security, and legacy management. And there will be a little bit more detail. For environmental management, again, the objective is to be able to provide the science and technology expertise that will enable site cleanup and closure decisions and help the department primarily to find new technologies and applications that can be able to draw the mission work both back in time and schedule and more cost efficiently complete the work that needs to be done across the DOE complex for EM. It also will help to enable the future of nuclear materials management. Mike mentioned, one of the aspects of that, which is, helping the department to understand where in the future any facilities might be needed and what they might look like and what they might do for the department after H Canyon no longer exists. It helps to define optimal site end states for EM, and then as EM completes its primary cleanup work, it also goes on to help support what will be the sustainment of those sites in perpetuity and for the long-term monitoring and assessment that is going to have to go on for the DOE's Office of Legacy Management, who is assumed to take over those sites once EM has completed its cleanup work. And then finally, developing the next generation of scientists and engineers that are going to be very important as the enduring missions of this laboratory go on in support of EM's missions and other programs, including national security. From a national security perspective, the laboratory primarily supports defense programs, nuclear non-proliferation, and production modernization. Those activities primarily are associated with the tritium activities on site from years of the laboratory and the site being the tritium production site for the defense programs. From a defense nuclear non-proliferation standpoint, the laboratory plays a big role within NNSA in helping them to both develop nuclear proliferation detection and security technologies that are used across the world, as well as to help with being able to move materials that are proliferable across the world to Savannah River sites safely where they can be treated and disposed. And then more recently, the laboratory is providing technical support to the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility in its plutonium pit production mission. For the Office of Science, the Office of Science has a number of areas that they focus on. Their primary offices include things in computing, basic energy sciences, biological environmental research, fusion energy, high energy physics, nuclear physics. The two arrows there indicate the areas where primarily Savannah River National Laboratory supports the Office of Science in its mission activities. The second one, you might wonder, how does fusion energy play into Savannah River National Laboratory, and especially the EM mission? Well, again, it ties back primarily to the expertise that the laboratory has relative to hydrogen isotopes and tritium in particular. Fusion moving into the future is primarily, at least for now, centered around a fuel cycle that provides both tritium and deuterium into the fuel cycle for fusion. Savannah River National Laboratory has expertise in those areas. In fact, they have been the primary design developer for ITER's exhaust system in France. I suspect that this is going to carry on as the department moves out with fusion initiatives as a result of clean energy portions of this administration and others' goals to be able to get us to a cleaner energy source in the nation. From an energy security standpoint, there are also competencies in the laboratory that have been gained over the years for the various work that it's done that apply to energy security. Advanced manufacturing, one of those that supports energy security and other things, and we'll talk toward the end of the presentation about the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative facility that's being built on the campus of USC Aiken. Electrical grid security, again, providing innovative solutions that help increase the ability of the United States to have a secure grid that is reliable and resilient. Some of that work is being done in concert with Clemson and its eGrid work. And then an integrated energy technology leg of that also includes a variety of platforms and systems for renewable energy. And this is really a broad spectrum depending on the competencies that the laboratory has in place, including some of that tie back to IT and to secure operating systems that have resulted in advances in the laboratory and being able to partner with the folks across the river relative to secure IT systems. And then legacy management. I talked about legacy management. It is the department's intent as EM completes its mission work to turn the sites that have been cleaned up from the primary sources of contamination to legacy management for the long-term stewardship and management of those sites. And so in support of that, because of the experience that the laboratory has with environmental management and those kinds of systems, the Office of LM relies on the Savannah River National Laboratory as its primary laboratory for its mission as well too. And so that work continues to grow in support of LM. A number of sites across the country have already been turned over to legacy management. Eventually, portions of Savannah River site will as well too for those areas that are cleaned up and are not a part of the enduring missions for NNSA and for the laboratory. So one of the things that we asked Savannah River National Laboratory to help the department to do was to enhance its core competencies and also to help the department relative to workforce development and replacement. And so the laboratory does that for environmental management, national security, the science and energy side of the house. And it really includes expanding the expertise of the core competencies on site by being able to bring new folks in, get them experienced in the operations, trained, mentored by the folks that are still on site as well too, so that they can learn. Some of the areas in which the laboratory is expanding include areas associated with artificial intelligence, machine learning, modeling, advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity I talked about in particular on the IT side of the house that supports both the energy systems as well as EM and NNS and national security operations in helping them to develop systems that can be protective of the work that goes on so that they can't be interrupted. The laboratory also supports the department in other areas. One of the primary missions of an FFRDC, which is a federally funded research and development leg of the systems that the department and the country puts in place. Because the laboratory is an FFRDC, they're obligated to work in the best interest of the department and independent of other influences that would cause, perhaps there to be any kind of conflict of interest. It's one of the reasons that the department decided in part to move out the laboratory from underneath the site M&O contract and put a separate contract in place, is that frees the laboratory up from ties to organizations that are doing other work for the Department of Energy, especially its mission and production work, so that it could have that role of being an independent assessor to be able to help the department in determining what kinds of policies and other activities into the future may need to be put in place to be able to help the department achieve its missions across all of the areas that I've talked about recently. And then the university partners are playing a key role as well too in providing, the students, the postdocs, faculty to enhance SRNL's workforce, not to mention the research and development activities and their facilities at the universities that can be brought on and utilized as well too for the department's work. And then there are a number of other areas as well too associated with workforce development. Part of what the laboratory does for the Department of Energy as well too through what's called the Laboratory Directed Research and Development is that they're authorized among the dollars that they get from the various programs to take a small portion of those dollars and determine, in looking ahead for the department and its needs in the future, what kind of research activities they think they may need to work on to be able to help DOE in meeting its mission needs. In FY22, we had set aside approximately $8 million for the laboratory-directed research and development work. Among the areas that the laboratory determined research and development was needed in support of DOE missions included accelerating remediation and minimizing the waste-reducing costs for EM, enabling the next generation of nuclear materials processing that we talked about some, creating manufacturing solutions for all of the programs for which Savannah River National Laboratory supports mission work, assuring production and supply of strategic materials and components which are really needed, and especially on the defense side of the house. Sensing, characterization, and assessing. Again, SRNL plays a fairly significant role in the national security activities of the nation with its experience in being able to provide technologies that allow for appropriate detection and sensing across the world so that we can understand what kinds of activities are going on. Engineering new materials and their applications with data-driven modeling and simulation as already some high-speed computing capability has been introduced into the laboratory I expect that that is going to grow on time as time goes on, because data and modeling are a real key to being able to understand what is going on and then be able to take that data and apply it to solutions moving into the future. And then securing connected control systems and associated data, I mentioned that earlier as well too, because the Department of Energy across its entire complex and others in the energy sector, EERE, even the defense activities, have systems that need to be protected from threats from the outside. And so those were the areas of laboratory-directed research and development that are going on. Back to the cleanup program and the mission of the laboratory for EEM, there are still sites across the country that remain to be cleaned up. And you can see from 1989, the map at the bottom, until 2021, a lot of progress has been made across the complex, especially with the smaller sites for cleanup activities that have now been turned over to legacy management to monitor those sites into the future. But there's still significant work to be done across the complex at any number of the major sites that the Department of Energy owns. As regards the Savannah River site and SRNL, the laboratory's primary campus, its main campus, is in A area on site. That's where the 773A, which is the primary radiological laboratory facilities, are located, as well as a number of support facilities, a few that focus on defense-related work and non-proliferation activities. That's located just adjacent to the badge office on site, if you have been there. But there's also a footprint across the site that the laboratory maintains based on the activities that it's trying to accomplish for the department, both on the EM side of the house and on the defense side of the house. And those include presences in P area, C area, H and F area. Of course, A area already mentioned, and then we've got the leased facilities off-site from the county just adjacent to the site that the laboratory utilizes as well too for a lot of its research and development and analytical activities that are not radiological in nature. And then I've put this in here because one of the Department of Energy's key focuses among all of its activities is safety. It's what we look at first and foremost in the operations that go on in our facilities. For the laboratory, it's a little bit unique because we have both nuclear operations for a nuclear facility that supports the analytical and research activities that involve nuclear materials, as well as for the research and development activities, not just the operations, but the research and development activities specifically associated with laboratory work, which is a little bit different than an operating facility environment, but still very similar in nature. And you'll note that and this is for FY21, that the laboratory, Savannah River National Laboratory, was the safest laboratory in the DOE complex. That is a trend that has been ongoing. I believe that the laboratory over the course of about the last 11 years has been the safest laboratory, perhaps all but 1 year. So I know the laboratory is proud of that. I and my management of the laboratory am proud of that as well too, and we look to continue that moving into the future. The laboratory's been in the news for a number of things. You may have seen it and seen some of those, both in the local papers and national news. Those things include what we have done to partner with the Georgia cyber activities on the other side of the river, and some space that we've taken up in the Cyber Center in our collaborative efforts, both with Fort Gordon and with others that are housed there. as well as the things that we do for nuclear nonproliferation across the world. You see, especially up here, what we did to be able to help with some highly enriched uranium in Norway. The packaging and movement of materials. We've got a lot of folks that serve across the country in various of the national consensus standards, boards, and those that help to write the standards for various things across the country. There are a number of folks in the laboratory that support those and are members of those organizations. And then, of course, the groundbreaking for the Advanced Manufacturing Collaborative facility at USC Aiken. So, for a moment, the AMC. So, beginning probably back in about 2013, there was a vision in the laboratory to be able to create a space as advanced manufacturing was becoming more and more attributable not only to the success of commercial entities across the United States, but also within the laboratories and for its research and development activities as well too. To be able to have a facility that would be outside of the main complex, be open to industry and to academia and to the public, and be able to carry on activities that would be associated with advanced manufacturing that could help to, in those partnerships, be able to take the things that the laboratory is working on for the department, bring them together in a collaborative environment with the things that are going on with industry and academia, come up with solutions to problems on both ends, be able to spin technologies that were being used outside the department into the laboratory and into DOE for use in its mission work, and be able to spin the technologies and work that's going on in the laboratory out to the commercial sector for the advancement of activities there and its competitiveness. This facility is going to, the department has invested $50 million to do that. It's going to add about 59,000 square feet to the SRNL facilities. About 15,000 square feet of that is the non-radiological actual laboratory space. In addition, there's a high bay area that's depicted here that will allow for the engineering scale-up of the research and development activities going in the laboratories in support of primarily EM missions. It was EM funding that was used to be able to provide this by way of congressional appropriations, but there are also some other things that the laboratory will support in the way of energy and perhaps even NNSA, and even in the future, depending on what the laboratory's role may be in this vision that this administration has to be able to have a fusion reactor online within 10 years. The AMC could play a role in being able to help achieve that as well too, where the fuel cycle is concerned. And so, that is a quick overview of the laboratory, what it does, and would be glad to answer any questions you might have.
All right, who wants to kick it off?
It's great.
Tony, you nailed it.
Such a thorough job that I have no questions.
We sure? Going once? Going twice?
I'm going to just tee one up if I may.
Please do.
And Tony, I'm going to put you on the spot here. So Greg Murray had reached out to us about the Regulatory Center of Excellence. And, that recently made the news. Could you talk a little bit about that, just for the benefit of the cab?
Sure. So one of the things that was proposed to the department by BSRA was the establishment of a regulatory center of excellence that would help to support the department's activities across the complex in its interfaces with the regulators and to be able to help in a number of ways the various sites and those organizations in their interface with the regulators in determining what kinds of end states might be brought to bear, what kinds of things were available, resources that the laboratory has through its affiliates like Longenecker and Associates, which includes former regulators that work for Longenecker and have ties with those, to really be able to help the department in that interface with those organizations and understanding what can be done, what's available to be done, how it might be able to help both in time and in cost relative to EM's activities. And furthermore, I think because of the resources that the laboratory has, both with its university partners and what it does to manage the EM National Laboratory Network that has been established, in which SRNL is the lead and brings in resources from across the laboratory complex with expertise in certain areas, and their ties to universities, to be able to help the Department of Energy bring resources that could have the regulators understand, perhaps in more detail, and with some degree of validation by those folks, what's available and what could be brought to bear to help DOE in its mission. So that really is the gist of what the Regulatory Center of Excellence was to be for SRNL and for the department, is to provide that kind of resource that could branch out and be able to bring other resources on to help the department across the complex.
Greg, you have another question?
Greg Murray, CAB, thank you. Thank you, Amy, for asking that question. Is that regulatory center up and running full speed now? And then I actually have a further question after that. But
okay, so the RCE charter was approved by EM. It is up and running, but it is still being established because it is nascent. It has just been brought to bear, but it is available for use now by the Department of Energy sites and management across the complex, as well as EM, to be able to support.
I'll take a break.
okay, thank you very much. So I somebody over in the Georgia side, I've noticed the association you've got with the Georgia Cyber Center, and I'm wondering what is that relationship going to? How is that going to contribute to the EM mission?
So, for example, if you think about cyber and cybersecurity, a number of the kinds of technologies that the department is looking at being able to enable across the complex, including robotics, the virtual world and virtual controls and other things like that, require a degree of protection so that those systems can be used both safely and to prevent them from being accessed by others. So there's a segue there into what the department will be doing in the future. Just the systems that we have on site as well too. The environment that we're in today, both the impacts that could occur to the electrical grid through the energy work that we do. I told you that branches out to EERE and to others in protecting the grid. When you think about the whole of that, all of the activities on site need electricity. An attack on the grid itself affects the ability of the department to be able to complete its mission work. So obviously, being able to work to protect those, which by and large are controlled by software systems these days and hardware, protecting those systems is key. Because while we have backup generators and other things to keep us safe, we need we need that electricity to be able to continue to meet mission objectives. So there's another segue relative to the cyber activities. Plus, as I said, it's not just EM related. Because the lab is multi-program in nature, it's reach out to energy, to other entities within the federal government, and the laboratory probably does some degree of business with most other agencies in the federal government in some way, shape, or form, is key as well too, because developments that through cybersecurity can affect and have application with those folks as well, and the work that we're doing for them and that they are doing for their mission.
Do you actively have lab people over in the Georgia Cyber Center?
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, there are several people that occupy the leased office space that we have at the Georgia Cyber Center.
Okay. And do you have Georgia Cyber Center people out at the site?
Not on, I do not believe we have anybody out there on I'll call it on a full-time basis, but that interchange occurs on site and at the Cyber Center with activities that are going on site when is needed.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right. Any other questions for Tony? Tony, thank you very much.
Yep.
Much appreciated. So before we move on to the next presentation, I noticed a certain amount of restlessness in the room, and we are running a little bit fast. So I want to suggest that we take a short break. Everybody needs to be back in their seats at 11:15. If you're promised to be back at 11:15, we can take a break. All right.
Yes, it does. It makes a difference rather than look at the PowerPoint all the time. We're up on the screen.
All right, folks, let's start to find our seats. It's that time. Commitments were made, and we're going to stick to them. All right, let's.
Was everything quiet in those last? Okay. All right, you're getting there then. Making progress. Okay, that's.
All right, everybody, we have everyone we need. Are we ready to get started again? All right, let's take it away.
Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
How is everybody? Good, good, good. So I want to say good morning to the CAB members, to Mr. Budney, to former colleagues and friends. I do consider it a privilege to be able to present to the CAB members this morning. Just how much of a privilege that is, I guess I'll know after my presentation. But right now it's a privilege. And secondly, I do realize that I am the only thing standing between you and lunch. And I'll keep that in mind during my presentation. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the Defense Waste Processing Facility, known as the DWPF. My name is Lester Patton, and I'm the Director of Waste Treatment for Savannah River Emission Completions. And I do believe at some point in time down the line, the other facilities that make up the liquid waste, such as SWPF, the tank farms, ETP, those other facilities, I believe they'll present to you at some time if they have not already. But today we're going to talk about the Defense Waste Processing Facility. I brought along a few of my friends. This is an event that after my presentation, I'll have these posters at the back of the room. If someone wants to ask some more need more detailed information that I'm able to give you during this presentation concerning our process, then I'll have them at the back of the room and I'll be able to go over that with you during lunch break for those who wish to do that. But this basically just shows the Canyon building at 221S. The process cell, this is where everything happens, and I'll go over that a little bit during my presentation. And the heart of DWPF, which is the melter, and then the waste canisters, where we store the waste after we've vitrified it. So let's go ahead and get started. Talk a little bit about what we do at DWPF. So this is what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to do a little snapshot of the liquid waste program. I'm going to talk a little bit about DWPF, the background, when it started, what our mission requirements are, a few quick facts about the melter, the canisters, the shielded canister transport. the Glassway storage buildings, and then we're going to talk about a few challenges that we have ahead of us with this mission over the next 10, 15 years. We're going to talk a little bit about optimization and ongoing improvements that we have going on to make sure that we sustain the facility and keep it going for the duration of the mission. And then finally, what we're looking ahead to. So let's talk a little bit about Snapshot, liquid waste. The liquid waste organization, the liquid waste program, we're there to do these things. We're there to process, treat, vitrify, and dispose of the highly radioactive waste out at the site. Currently, there are 43 active tanks, underground tanks, consisting of 35 million gallons radioactive waste. The key processing facilities that make up liquid waste, of course, is the Defense Waste Processing Facility, DWPF, the Salt Waste Processing Facility, which is where I get all of my feed to process and turn the waste into glass. And then the Saltstone Facility is where I like to say where we put the waste to bed. 3 end states, as far as the liquid waste organization, we have 3 end states. Number 1, to vitrify that high-level waste canisters stored in the Glassway storage buildings. We have 2 Glassway storage buildings, 1 and 2. Second end state is to decontaminate the salt solution that's mixed with grout and stored at the Saltstone facility. And thirdly is to operate tank closure. So our mission right now is to remove the waste, to get rid of the risk, and then operationally close the tanks. That is our number 1 goal right now, and that's what our mindset is to remove the hazard, to remove the waste, then operationally close the tanks. A little bit about the background, DWPF. It is our nation's only vitrification plant in the nation. We do know that they are in the process of construction one at the Hanford site out at Richmond, Washington, but right now we're the nation's only vitrification plant. The groundbreaking of DWPF was in 1983, and in 1996 operations began. And we've been operating ever since. To date, we've poured more than 4,300 canisters. So we've proven that the facility works, the plant works, the site works, and we're capable of operating that plant successfully. And the 4,300 canisters that we produce is more than half the forecasted 8,000 canisters that we're going to need to pour for the duration of the liquid waste program, for the life cycle of this program. Since 1996, the DWPF has poured more than 17 million pounds of glass waste. Let's think about that. That is a lot of glass waste. 17 million pounds of glass waste and going, and which has incorporated more than 62 million curies. Mission requirements to reduce this liquid waste through evaporation. I'm not going to talk a lot about the tank farms. They do liquid evaporation as well, but within the DWPF facility itself, we also evaporate that waste. And I'll talk a little bit more about that when I start going into just what we do. So we feed the slurry, which is sludge, we feed the slurry into a melter. And that slurry is heated to 2100 degrees. And we use what we call a borosilicate frit, which is nothing more than a glass, sand-like glass that's ground up. It looks like sand, but it's glass that we superheat and melt within that melter, mix it with the waste, and that's how we solidify that glass. We vitrify that glass. So I want to stop right there and talk a little bit about. I can't talk about DWPF unless I tell you a little bit about what happens in the chemical process cell. That's where it all happens, in a chemical process cell. Begins with the waste tanks. We receive, SWPF receives the raw waste from the tank farms. They chemically treat it. They remove the actinide, strontium, and that waste is called a MST sludge waste. MST sludge waste, multisodium titanate sludge waste. The second waste stream that we receive is sludge from the tank farms. That's straight from the tanks. The tanks are made of 2 different constituents, sludge at the bottom and salt waste at the top. We receive sludge from the tank farms. We receive the sludge waste from SWPF. Also, from that raw waste that goes into SWPF, that cesium-137 is also stripped from that waste, and we receive a cesium-laden waste stream that is sent to us as well. And once we receive those 3 waste forms, they go here at the SRAT. That's a sludge, receipt, and adjustment tank. Here, those three wastes are combined. We chemically treat them to adjust the constituency. We heat it up, we evaporate it, we sample, and then once we get the constituency that we want, it then goes to the Slurry Mix Evaporator. This is all in the chemical process cell. Goes into the Slurry Mix Evaporator. So what happens in the Slurry Mix Evaporator? In the Slurry Mix Evaporator, that waste that was in the strat is now called a slurry, and it is mixed with that frit that I just talked about, that borosilicate glass. It's mixed with that, it's heated up, and it turns into a slurry. It is then cooled and sampled, and then it is also, after it is heated and sampled, and it is the right constituents that we need, it goes into the melter feed tank. This is all in the chemical process cell. The melter feed tank contains that slurry. It holds that slurry until the melter is ready to receive it. So we've got those four processes there. We've got the SRAT where we evaporate. We've got the SME, which is where we add the frit, turn it into glass. Then after it's turned into glass, it goes to the melter feed tank where it's on hold until we're ready to send it to the melter, okay? So once it's fed to the melter, it's poured into stainless steel canisters. And once those canisters have been filled, in the melt cell or in the chemical process room, there is a turnstile that has 4 canisters that goes around counterclockwise, and each canister is filled. Once a canister is filled, it is allowed to cool briefly, and then there is a temporary plug that's put into that canister. Once that temporary plug is put into that canister, it goes into the CDMC, which is the canister decon cell. But before it goes into the canister decon cell, it has to be leak checked. Once it's leak checked to make sure that there are no leaks, we do a helium leak check. We have a process for that. We do a helium leak check on the canister. Once it's determined that the canister will not leak, we then take it to the canister decon cell where it is decon. When we are filling the canisters, contamination attaches itself to the outside of the canister. And before we can move that canister forward to the final stages of getting a permanent plug welded in, we have to remove that contamination. So it goes to the canister decon cell, and it is blasted with that same frit material and water that I talked about here that happened in the SME, Slurry Mix Evaporator. So it's blasted until it is clean. Once we finish the blast, it goes into a smear test station. We use mechanical remote arms to take smears on strategic places around that canister to make sure that it is clean before it moves to the next stage of the chemical process cell. Once we take those smears, if that canister is still contaminated, it goes back to that decon chamber and is deconned further until it is clean. Once that canister is clean, it goes into the well test cell. That is the last cell that it will go into before it goes to the shielded canister transport and out to the Glassway storage buildings. So when it gets to the well test cell, what we do is we set it up and we have a permanent seal that goes on top of that temporary seal that's there, and we use 80,000 pounds of pressure to press that temporary seal down into the canister, and then we heat it up to 250,000 amps to make that seal around the canister, and that is the permanent seal. And once that is done, then it goes out to the shielded canister transport, which takes it out to the Glassway storage building for storage, long-term storage. Vitrification mobilizes the waste and makes it suitable for long-term storage. A few facts about the melter. Melter number 3 is the one that's currently in service. Melter 2 lasted for 14 years. Melter 4 we have on standby. It's been fabricated. It's ready to go. Once melter number 3 has used its life cycle and is available, melter number 5 is in its planning stages. So we are preparing for the long-term mission of the liquid waste campaign. Anticipated melter lifespan is from 3 to 5 years. It depends on how much we run it, how hard we run it. It can go to 8 years, but we do have spare melters on hand. The melter remains heated 24/7. Even though we're not using it, it remains heated at 24/7. It's ready to go at 2138 degrees. 220 kilowatts of power. That melter is 1.5 inches thick of stainless steel. It's 10 feet tall. With the 8.25 inch diameter, 4.25 inch diameter, and the estimated replacement of a melter is $36 million. Replacement downtime takes us anywhere from 6 to 9 months when we're replacing a melter. The last melter we replaced, it took us anywhere from 6 to 8 months to replace that melter. Canister facts, a few facts about the canisters. 304 stainless steel. The size is 10 feet high, 2 inches in diameter. It weighs about 1,150 pounds. When it's full, after it's poured with glass, it weighs about 4,000 pounds. And the heat load on that canister is about 180 watts, between 150 and 180 watts. Glassway storage building, let's talk a little bit about that. So we recognize that with this liquid waste program, we were going to need additional space for storing those canisters. The original combined storage capacities for Glassway storage buildings 1 and 2 was 4,600 canister positions. But based on our liquid waste current forecast, we need at least 8,000 storage spaces. So we came up with a very innovative idea to do double stacking. So we double stack those canisters now, and what it would cost if we had to build 2 more additional Glassway storage buildings would cost $150 million each, $300 million. So the double stacking provides us up to another 4,602 additional spaces for a total of 9,000, and estimated completion to modify these buildings for double stacking, Glassway storage space 1 and 2, will be about $19 million. So the money that we're avoiding, that $300 million, we will use that to be the redirect to support completion of the liquid waste mission. So you can see that innovation, how much money we're avoiding there. That was a very good innovation that the organization put forth. And this is what we have to do in order to double stack. So this is how the single stack, this is the single stack configuration. This is the double stack configuration. What we had to do is go in and remove this plug right here. Once the shielded canister transports that canister to the Glassway storage building and places it inside a vault, this is the original plug that we used to seal that vault. And the canisters underneath had crossbars. You can see it underneath. So what we had to do in order to double stack, we had to modify this plug and taper it. And down here, we got rid of the crossbars, and we put down a plate to bring this first canister down so it sat down lower into the vault, which allows us space to put the next canister in. And this shield taper plug gives us the same kind of seal that we were using when we were single stacking with this particular plug. To date, we have 1,829 crossbars, again, ready for the double stacking that we are going to need to do. And we have 1,818 taper plugs that we have on hand, again, ready for the double stacking that we'll need to do as we pour these canisters. Let's talk a little bit about the shielded canister transporter. After the weld test cell, after that canister has been welded and certified that it's clean, this shielded canister transporter has its own shield cast canister that this canister goes into it. It has its own lifting trolley that pulls this canister up into that cell, into that cast canister, and transports it out to the Glassway storage buildings at a speed of 3 miles per hour. It weighs 235 pounds. This shielded canister transport was built solely for Savannah River. There is nothing else anywhere like it. It's 18 feet tall, 25 feet long. You can see just how big it is when you look at this person that's standing there next to it. It is huge. Diesel engines, and it has, the thing that keeps us working good is it has 164 hydraulic hoses on that shielded canister transport. And they do leak periodically, but we are able to quickly repair those and get the shielded canister transport back in service. Think about having 160 hose connections on your vehicle, on your car. That is really something. But when you think about it, it's really 300 connections because whatever one connection has to have another connection on the end, right? So we have over 300 connections on this shielded canister transport that we have to monitor and watch on a daily basis. I'll talk a little bit more about how we're staying on top of that when I get to what challenges we have. So challenges. So you may or may not know, I'm sure you do, that the liquid waste system or program is highly integrated. If the DWPF cannot run, no one else can run. If the tank farms cannot operate, no one else can operate. If SWPF goes down, the tank farms and DWPF go down. So we are highly integrated, we're highly connected. And the directors for those 3 facilities, we are constantly on the phone daily in the mornings and afternoon, making sure that each facility knows what each other facility is doing, what kind of outages that are coming up, those type of things to make sure that we're totally integrated and we don't negatively impact each other. So that's one of our challenges. To me, as the director of the waste treatment program, my biggest challenge, and we're overcoming that, we'll talk a little bit about what we're doing with that, is the facilities are all old. This facility, 1996, think about that, up until now, and look how much glass we poured, 17 million gallons. So the infrastructure and all of the agitators, all of the pumps and all those things, a lot of those things have become obsolete. And so one of our challenges is to make sure that we understand, number one, what has become obsolete, that we get those things replaced. Number two, for all of the spare parts that we need for all of those single point failures, that we're aware of what those are and that we have people working those. In the DWPF facility, in the Saltstone facility, I have project managers that's over each one of those single point failure systems to make sure that we know how many spare parts we have, which ones we don't, how many minimum we need, how many maximum we need, what's obsolete, and what needs to be replaced. And that is a full-time job for those project managers to make sure that they know what's going on with those critical systems. So we're reviewing and adjusting preventive maintenance and equipment use for mixing and making transfers. So a few other things that we're doing to make sure we're overcoming these challenges is we're looking at the preventive maintenance and the corrective maintenance that we're currently performing on all of those single point failure pieces of equipment. Not only are we looking at the PMs, we're looking at PM, what we call PM optimization, to make sure that the preventive maintenance that we're working on these, that we're doing on these pieces of equipment is the right maintenance and is set up at the right frequency. We're also looking at predictive maintenance. Are there any things that we need to be looking ahead at that's gonna fail down the road that we need to do something about to change the maintenance or to change the corrective maintenance to make sure it keeps going. We're even looking at our work control system to make sure that how we execute work, how we get into work, how it gets completed, to make sure that we're efficient there. So we have a lot of things that are happening to make sure that we're being as efficient as we can to make sure we complete this mission within the next 10 to 15 years. The shielded canister transport is another one of our single point failures, designed in the 1980s. And we're going to use it a lot more than we have in the past now because we're double stacking, right? So we need to make sure, I just mentioned we have over 360-something hoses on those, on that SCT and other mechanisms that we have to maintain with such a big monstrosity piece of equipment. And so let's talk a little bit about optimization. We do have a company that's part of our contract. It's called Different by Design. They are looking at every knob that can be turned. They're looking at our entire process to see how we can optimize what we're doing, how we can increase throughput. What are some of the things that we can do to make sure that we keep the plants up and running? And how do we work not only safely, more safely, but more smartly, and how do we increase our throughput? So this is one of the optimization things that we just implemented. Glycolic acid flow sheet. I'll talk about that in the next slide. This glycolic acid has been studied by SRNL for 10 years before we put it into use. And we'll talk about a few of the benefits of that on the next slide. One of the next main challenges that we have or optimization pieces is the main process crane. If the crane goes down in the canyon, then nothing happens. We don't move jumpers, we don't transfer anything if the main process crane goes down. And needless to say, the shielded canister transport and the main process crane are the two things that we deal with on a weekly basis, keeping those things up. So, I'm proving in this formic acid flow sheet. Currently, we use formic acid to chemically adjust the sludge in the strap that I mentioned earlier, where we receive those 3 waste streams, where we chemically adjust it, where we cool it, and we transfer it over to the Slurry Mix Evaporator when it's in the strap. We use formic acid to chemically adjust that, and it's very hazardous. It's a very hazardous chemical that produces hydrogen and ammonia once it's heated up. So this glycolic flow sheet that we just implemented, we just came out of the phase 1 of the outage of implementing glycolic acid. And we have had a readiness assessment, we've had facility assessment, and we have been approved and authorized to use that glycolic. And here's some of the benefits of the glycolic versus the formic acid that we've been using. Number one, it reduces the hydrogen and the ammonia generation. That in and of itself makes our process more safe. We use less purge on our tanks and everything because now we don't have to worry about that big hydrogen and ammonia buildup that formic acid causes for us. So that allows us to have more throughput of waste that allows us to produce at a higher rate. And the main thing is, other than that, it helps us to do that more safely. It gives us more flexibility with running the process. And with us trying to remove the hazard, remove that waste as quickly as we can and as safe as we can, this right here, it doesn't get any better than that. That was when it was discovered to use as glycolic to allow us to have that greater throughput. It also reduces the pH, and it's favorable for the melter feed stream. It allows the melter feed stream to flow more freely. When we are pouring our canisters, we pour at 1.1 gallons per minute, and that is our sweet spot for pouring the glass waste. And it takes us about a day to fill a canister. But this glycolic is very favorable for that treatment and just allows us more flexibility, allows us to do this more safely, to increase our throughput and help us towards our completing our mission. Some more ongoing improvements do we have. The main process crane. We also have project managers who are looking at that as well. We have purchased an upgraded process crane system. All of the controls, all of the cameras that we use that are in those high hazard environments, they just don't last long. And the process crane, the cameras and the instrumentation that we currently have in there, we have to constantly deal with that because of the environment that it's in. The equipment that's there now really wasn't designed for that long-term exposure like it is right now. But within the next year, we will have that system completely upgraded with new control systems, DCS systems, and new cameras that can withstand that environment that they're going to be in, new cabling system. And so this will remove one of those big challenges that we face every day with trying to keep that crane going with the cameras and the other pieces of equipment that's there on that. Training and procedures efficiency. I mentioned earlier that we're also, to the lowest denominator, we're looking at how we execute work, how we get work done, how it gets completed, how it gets closed out. We're also looking at the training of our employees and making sure that they remain proficient at what there is to do with our procedures, everything that governs the process and operating in this chemical process cell. We're making sure that our folks are abreast of their training, that they remain proficient. We have simulators that we'll continually put our folks through so they don't forget the process and what they're supposed to do in order to keep things moving. Building additional fail safety vaults, storage vaults. Currently we have 2 fail equipment storage vaults, 1 and 2. We are currently building 2 more, 2 additional fail equipment storage vaults. So we can store these fail melters once they fail, put those in there. And other high radioactive equipment can be stored in there. We're reducing cycle time to eliminate system bottlenecks. I mentioned that we have DBD, different by design, helping us to remove any kind of restraints, any kind of constraints, any kind of bottlenecks in our process. In other words, process mapping our procedure, our process from A to Z, and asking why, how, why are we doing this? What are those constraints? How do we move those bottlenecks out of the process? And that's going very well for us. The double stacking process, we will continue that with Glassway storage building number 2. Currently, we're focused on Glassway storage building number 1, but we are doing the same thing, Glassway storage building number 2, which will give us that 8,000 or so spots that we need to handle the liquid mission. We're also looking at, in addition to the spare parts and all those other things I mentioned that we're looking at, different by design, looking at optimization, we're looking at our overall equipment system health. So if someone were to ask me as the waste treatment director, Lester, what is your biggest concern? Again, my biggest concern is the infrastructure and the keeping the facility going, keeping the plant running, making sure I have the pumps, all the agitators and things I need. So our system health, we have a robust system health program that we go over weekly, and we look at the health of our systems and what is it that should be keeping us up at night with respect to those systems. What is it that we need to be ordering? What is it we need that doesn't have those spare parts? What is it that the parts are obsolete? What is it about that system that's not going to last for the next 10, 15 years? What about this? What about that? What about this? So we have a very robust system health and availability and reliability campaigning process that's helping us there. So looking ahead, so it's pretty simple, really. We are going to continue safe and disciplined operations. We recognize that with increased productivity that we're going to achieve, that there's going to be a risk associated with that, and that risk is the equipment. Our folks are safe. We have highly trained people. They know the process. We've proven that we can do that ever since 1996 with that 17 million gallons of waste that we poured in the canisters, the 4,600 canisters. So we've proven that we can do that safely, and that is going to be our main focus, to do what we do safely and complete this mission. We're going to support DWPF as the hub. We're going to continue supporting the liquid waste wheel. We're going to support SWPF. And our mentality, when we meet on Monday mornings, the directors, our mentality is if one facility goes down, then the other facility goes down. And that, I mean that literally. If I have a problem in DWPF, those other facilities, the tank farms, SWPF, Saltstone, they all rally to DWPF. What is it we can do to help? How can we help you? How do we move forward? Do you need resources? Do you need this resource from us, or whatever the case may be? And that helps us with our total integration mindset. Waste vitrification, we'll continue doing that, and I hope I've been able to convey that we're up for the challenge for vitrification. We have spare melters. We have optimization processes in place that are continuing on how we increase throughput. We just talked a little bit about the glycolic acid that we are using now that allows us to have more throughput and do that more safely. Aggressive critical spare parts procurement, again, that's the main thing. Nothing would be worse than for something to go down in the facility and we don't have the spare parts to replace it, and all the facilities are shut down. So that's a big no-no for us. So we have folks all over that. Our project managers are all over that. Infrastructure and sustainment, talked about the main process crane and the SCT, shielded canister transport, being one of our major single point failures pieces of equipment. So we're giving a lot of attention to those moving ahead. And so the bottom line is the safe and successful acceleration and completion of the liquid waste mission within the next 15 years. Any questions? Must be lunchtime.
No, let's start over here with AK.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Just a little bit of a background, telling my age. I was on site when the DWPF was open, et cetera. So I'm kind of familiar with and had a chance to see that operation when it started up. You mentioned that this facility is still one of a kind in terms of vitrification, et cetera. But you also mentioned that there is another location where one is under...
Yes, WTP out at Hanford, Washington.
Okay, is that under construction or under consideration?
It's under construction.
Okay.
It's under construction.
Is that particular facility considered a duplication of what we do here, or is it considered a more state-of-the-art facility?
It's a duplication of what we do here, and I would also say that it's probably a more state-of-the-art, because anytime there's another generation of something, it's always a little bit better, right? And we learn from our mistakes, or we benchmark the others. Put it that way. If there's something that we should have done, could have done with this DWPF facility, then it's carried over to WTP. And we've sent people out there to give them advice and to get communications back and forth as far as DWPF and how it works and how to apply to WTP. And also the tank farms as well, with them closing their tanks. We have that dialogue that happens between ourselves and the Hanford site out there.
So I guess one final question, I'll let some other people ask. So in terms of maintaining our facility going forward, considering the problems that we have at age, et cetera, where are we in terms of, are we looking at potentially a new facility or just certain aspects of the facility that would make it more state-of-the-art in the future, or, where are we at along that line?
Well, if we are looking at a new facility, I'm not aware of that. I don't suspect that we are. We're going to take what we have here and all of the practices, policies, procedures, the optimization. Those are different by design. People who do optimization look at our processes and say, how do we make it better? How do we keep the facilities going? We have a humongous, massive effort going into infrastructure sustainment and how we keep this facility going with the parts and pieces we have. There's nothing wrong with the facility. It's just that it's old, and that's not saying that we can't meet the mission. All they're saying is that we need to be aware. Now, if you're 20 years old and you're trying to run 20 miles, you can probably do that. But if you're my age, you know, you're going to have bumps and bruises and sore and all that kind of stuff, and I'm going to buck it for a while. But this facility, when we stretch it to increase their productivity, there are going to be some things that we don't know right now. But we're trying to anticipate what those things might be, trying to anticipate as we ramp up. What are those things historically, when we look at the failures that we've had, what are those things that we know are going to continue to fail and continue to fail more frequently, and how do we address that?
Okay. We'll just keep going around the room. Mike, you don't often put your card up this early.
Hey, Mr. Budney.
Hey, so in the, you know, we're on the third melter. Do those melters, do they fail over time? Is it something we can anticipate, or do they fail kind of abruptly?
No.
What's the mode of?
From what I can gather, historically, when we look back at the way the first three have run, it's just that they've run, depends on how hard you run them. And on average, like the last one, I think I said it was number 2, lasted 14 years. That was an anomaly, really. We didn't expect it to last that long. But historically, from everything that we have, from our history, they last anywhere from 5 to 8 years. Then they're out. The elements inside are out. Then we have to replace them.
But what I'm saying is, do they give you any heads up that they're about to fail, or do they just, is it, you know, come in one day and it's all over?
From what I can gather, you come in one day and it's all over. But you know, when you start pouring, you know, there might be some sputtering, those type things. You know, we pull a vacuum across the spout to pour the grout and stuff. You may see some differences in the viscosity of that grout. And the heating up, it might not heat up as quickly or as much as or as quickly as it used to. But there'd be some telltale signs that engineer can look at and see that it's on the decline, and they monitor that.
Okay, so we've been 5 years on the current one.
Yes, sir.
So do we do contingency planning, so we're ready when this
Yes,
suddenly we're presented with this
Yes,
6 to 8 month
we
outage?
We have a number 4 melter at 717F ready to go.
Well, I wasn't thinking about DWPF contingency planning for the rest of the system, so that we're ready to go with the work packages. You don't have to answer that right now. I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, as far as contingency, you know, if DWPF goes down with a melter change out, that kind of really takes us down, right? But we do have another project that's specifically looking at. We have work packages on the shelf that are ready to go. We look at what's failed, and we have those work packages, what we call model work orders, on the shelf ready to go. So let's say one of the agitators fails tomorrow. We have a package already on the shelf that we can go pull and get that work going. Just get the facility set up for that. But as much as we can, we have those contingency packages ready to go to work. Now, do we have them all? No, but it's a continuous process that we'll continue to work on.
Thanks.
I hope I answered that.
Bobby?
Bobby Williams, cab. Looking at the transporter, it looks like a cab on top of the transporter. Is it operated remotely or?
No, we have 2 people in there.
Okay.
2 operators, and they operate it.
And when you went to the double stacking, did you have to modify the transporter?
No, ma'am, because the transporter, it takes the canisters that it puts into the vault. Even though we're double stacking, they're the same canisters. The only difference is we're putting a canister on top of another canister inside the vault. So the shielded cast inside of the shielded canister transport, it accommodates the canisters. We don't have different size canisters. There's one size canister.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll come back to the other side of the room. Jim, your card was up, and then we'll go to DeAndre.
Jim Gale, CAP. Obviously very concerned about spare parts availability. Is there any particular kind of spare parts that's really giving you fits?
Well, you know, I won't say giving me fits. I want to make sure they're not giving me fits. It's just that we know which ones are going to fail. These are your agitators and your pumps. Those are the main ones, agitators and pumps.
And is it relatively straightforward to modify something to substitute
Well,
in? Is that where you're at?
Until we are at the stage where we say, wow, we have so many agitators, we don't know what to do with them. What we do is look at, we can rob Peter to pay Paul. We can rob a pump from this process to put in that process if that's what we need right now, while that other pump is on back order, or that agitator's on back order. And we know those pieces where we can swap pieces out and where we can put an agitator here. That's what we're doing right now. We have the SME, the Slurry Mix Evaporator, agitator went out, we're pulling one from what we call a DeWitt, decontaminant waste transfer tank system. We're pulling an agitator from that system and putting it in a SME. And we'll move things around, and when we get another agitator that we have in maintenance that's being worked on, we'll go put it back and replace it.
So nimble's a pretty good word.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are doing what we have to do in order to keep the facility going. But eventually, we are going to be where we need to be with spare parts. Have them all in the minimum. We have a minimum and a maximum number. If you go in the system, you pull up X agitator, there should be something that says, here's your minimum number, here's the maximum number you need, and we see where we are. And if we're not there, then we get there. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the opposite side of the room again, we'll go to DeAndre.
DeAndre Davis, CAB.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Very well presented.
Thank you.
And also thank you for your transparency.
Thank you.
We always know that even no matter how great a operation work, there's always opportunity for some downfall.
Absolutely.
My question is in relation to the camera operation. Are those cameras directly in the field, or are they kind of in some type of container?
They're directly in the canyon.
In the canyon?
They're affixed to the crane. We have X number of cameras on the cranes that give us all angles of the canyon when we are either lifting a cell cover or when we are tightening or switching jumpers. We have cameras. Now they're operated remotely. We have a camera control room where the crane operators operate that crane remotely, but we have cameras all over that crane that allows us to zoom in on nozzles that we're tightening, on bolts we're taking loose, cell covers that we are lifting to make sure that we are engaged in the hook and lift up. They are actually out there in the field with the crane, main process crane.
Okay.
Now in the chemical process cell, we have trolleys in what we call in-cell cranes within the cell that does the lifting of those carriages for us. That main process crane does not do that for us. In-cell cranes do that in the process cell. But the cameras, they are out there in the environment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have we seen any impact as far as the visibility from where they are? Is it diminishing very quickly, or is it kind of holding up?
They're holding up, but it's kind of one of those things like Mr. Bud was saying, you wake up in the morning and it's out. Gotcha. It's out. But we have, again, we have project managers over that crane. We have spare cameras. We just put one right in and keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, DeAndre. We'll come back up to the front over here. Charles?
Charles Hilton, cab.
Hey.
You mentioned that when you pour the cylinder, you have to sandblast it and clean it, sometimes twice. I'm curious, what's the residue that gets on those things?
Well, it's contamination. It's contamination as that cylinder cools. For some reason, and I guess it's the electrolysis and that kind of stuff, contamination kind of leaches gets on the outside of that canister. And we take it to that canister decon cell and we blast it with frit. It's not a big process. It goes down in sort of like a little chamber, and we have all kind of nozzles that just blast the crap out of it with that frit. We pull it out. We strategically wipe it, swipe it, Radcon. They check it right there, and then we go about our business. But very seldom do we have to go twice and clean it twice. But it leaches out. It leaches out as it's cooling.
Well, I consider that facility one of the biggest success stories at Savannah Riverside, because this is really getting rid of the stuff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Y'all have done a great job.
Yes, sir.
There.
Thank you. Thank you. We plan to do an even greater job. Thank you.
Amy?
Hey, Les, thank you. I like that you said you blast the crap out of it. That'll look good in the newspaper tomorrow. So you may have already said this, I don't know, but you mentioned the current outage that you're in because you're implementing the glycolic acid.
We're coming out of it. We're coming out of phase one.
Okay, and that's what I was going to ask. So they said yesterday that SWPF was restarted already,
Yes.
July the 12th. So do you have a date?
When we're going to start?
Yes, sir.
We're going to start up around the 11th, 10th and 11th. That's what we're planning right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
We have a couple of things that we're working through in the facility. We have a caustic issue we're dealing with. We have a sodium permanganate issue, chemical issues we're dealing with. But our plans are to still start around the 10th or 11th of next month.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other questions or comments from around the table? AK, you got another one?
AK Hassan Cap. I'd like to ask, actually, Mr. Budney, considering some of the information that was shared about the, I guess, the age of the facility and the functionality of it, Is there anything coming from the local administration in terms of addressing a new facility or modification of the facility or anything like that? Or does that generate out of Washington and not from the local level, et cetera?
No, Les was right. There's been no consideration about a new facility. We're going to make this one work and finish this job in 15 years. So that's the plan. Yeah, that's why we've, they've already invested, created melter number 4. They're planning melter number 5.
Right.
This is what we have, and we got to make it work.
When you think about the taxpayers' money, we showed on there that just to build a new glass waste storage building, $150 million. We want to get rid of this waste, get rid of the hazard. How long would it take us to build that new site, right? We started DWPF in 1983. We put it in service in 1996. So that's a long time. If we were planning to build a new facility, right? We don't have time to do that. We don't have the money either. Number 2, we shouldn't spend our taxpayers' money on that. We just need to get smarter at what we're doing with this facility. Secondly, even if we tried to modify that facility somewhat, that would really it would take them down for a long time as well. I think the best path forward we have right now is to have that company that's a part of our contract, Different by Design. I don't know if you've heard of them or not, but they're pretty world-renowned. They are 24/7 working on optimization. How do we get smarter with what we're doing? How do we get more throughput? In other words, how do we get rid of this waste more quickly than we plan to? How do we get rid of it smartly and safely? So I think that's in conjunction with what we're doing with the project managers, looking at all our spare parts, looking at infrastructure, those type of things, looking at training, looking at work control, all those things. I think we have all the things in place to try to keep this facility going. Will it be a challenge? Absolutely, but we'll do it. We'll do it.
Yeah, the other thing I'd tell you, AK, is that, we talk about the age of the facility, but actually this is only 25 years old, which is pretty new for us. And if you ever, I don't know if you've been in the facility before, but it is extremely well maintained.
Absolutely.
We have, some other facilities that are 70 years old that are real, tremendous challenges. But they've done, over the years, great job maintaining this facility. It's just the fact that, after 25 years, pump manufacturer A is not in business anymore, and you got to go find a new pump manufacturer. So, stuff goes obsolete.
We'd love to give you a tour if you're ever out there, Okay. And please no one leave here thinking that, well, let's just say the facility is so doggone old it's going to shut down tomorrow. No, that's not the case. The facility is aged, and we just got to be conscious of that, right? We can't act as if it's new, right?
Okay. Just to follow up, I just want to make sure I understand clearly. So this particular facility was designed to do a specific job, which was to deal with the waste tanks, et cetera.
Vitrified waste.
And it was never designed to go have a life beyond that. And in other words, it was, I guess, to say more plainly, it was designed to be closed down once those tanks were emptied and processed and all that good stuff. So it's not a futuristic, it was never a futuristic concept anyway.
Understood. Understood.
Thank you.
All right. Les, thank you very much. Very much appreciated. All right, folks. It is lunchtime. We are going to come back in here at, what does it say on the agenda? 1:30. So plan to be back in the room at 1:20. That'll give you 10 minutes to find your seats. All right. And we'll get started right at 1:30. All right, everybody. Enjoy your lunch.
I'm not hungry.
Aren't you really?
That's why I had to.
Oh, you stayed at the hotel?
Stayed here and had breakfast here.
All right, folks, let's find our seats. Let's bring it in. We're ready to get started. Our presenter's been standing in the front of the room for like the past 5 minutes now, waiting on y'all. Come on. Okay, that's not fair. All right, folks. Are we ready to go? We have a handful of presentations to finish up with this afternoon. We'll go into public comments after we've heard from everyone. We've done all of our Q&A, and then we'll go into voting on a couple of draft recommendations and a closure. Any questions about what we got to do this afternoon? Seeing none. Mr. Gardner, we're going to leave it up to you now.
Okay, my name is Kurt Gardner. I am the Senior Technical Advisor to the Assistant Manager for Nuclear Materials Stabilization. I guess that's a little bit of a mouthful. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to talk with you today. I wanted to talk to you about the DOE 3013 container program we have. So a little bit of background. Prior to 1989, plutonium materials and scrap storage was very limited. The reason being is because we were, for the most part, using it. We were either producing it, processing it, or putting it in for its use. In 1989, with the fall of the Berlin Wall and what most people consider the end of the Cold War, most of our plutonium production facilities were either shut down or their operations were severely limited. So in 1994, the department decided to stabilize the materials that they had for the excess plutonium until they could reach a final disposition for those materials. And I think in the next presentation, we'll talk a little bit more about that. So in 1994, the department issued a standard, and it's the DOE standard 3013. So when we talk about the containers, we're actually referring to the standard to which they were packaged. And so the plutonium was stabilized and packaged in 3013 containers in a number of different sites, including SRS. I might add the only site that's currently still producing any 3013 containers is Los Alamos. I got a little show and tell here. So bear with me. So the container is actually 3 containers that you see. And there's a convenience can, which we really claim no credit for. And that is really just a screw lid can. Different sites had them a little different ways. And that is nested inside 2 other containers, which are welded containers. So this is how big a package we're really talking about. When loaded with plutonium, these things are kind of heavy. I think they're around 15 pounds. So maybe a little more than that. But that's really what we're talking about. This is stainless steel. It does have a safety pedigree to the steel and the welding and the leaks, so that we know that this is, or we can be assured that this is going to safely hold the plutonium for a period of time. Let me get a little more into that. By the way, on one of the breaks, if you want to see that closer, I'll be happy to share that with you. So, put a few more details on the screen for you. You can saw about how big the containers are. Those are actually stored within 9975 containers. That's a 9975 container is a DOT NRC tested container. So we actually have, besides the robust container itself, they're actually stored inside another container. And if you see on the upper left-hand corner, they're stored on pallets inside the K area facility. If you look at the bottom right-hand corner, that's actually what plutonium oxide looks like, if those of you have not seen that before. Okay. So when the standard was issued, we used all the experiences that we had and knowledge of what could go wrong and what are we concerned about when we developed the standard. It was initially set up to last for 50 years. We did set limits on the contents, moisture being one of the big concerns that we have. The outer can was designed to withstand a pressure up to 699 psi, or as I illustrated over here, it's about 20 times the pressure of what your average tire pressure is on your car. We also made by the standard that these containers would be leak tight if they were dropped from a distance of about the roof of a 2-story house, so about 30 feet. So part of our process is to continuously look at what we know, what we've learned, where are we going with the short-term storage of plutonium. So we've revised the standard multiple times. And in fact, we're probably going to revise it again next year. And it's based on what we've learned through some of our surveillances and some of the other knowledges that we've acquired over time. And I'll get a little bit more into that later. So there were over 5,000 containers were produced between 2001 and 2005. That's where the bulk of the production of containers was performed. And then we started a formal surveillance program because the people who got together to put together the standard realized that we can learn more. We are a learning organization. So the integrated surveillance program to monitor these cans is not just for SRS, but it's actually across the whole complex. So the initial surveillance program said that there's really only 2 potential mechanisms that they were really concerned about. One was overpressurization, and the other one was a corrosion concern. So part of our program is actually evaluate, are we seeing problems with pressure? Are we seeing problems with corrosion? So 2 parts of that are a shelf life testing and also a field surveillance testing. So let me talk to the shelf life testing first. What we've done is we've done accelerated performance testing using both representative samples and also some worst case materials, some materials that we know that would be of concern for us. We've done both small scale and large scale or full scale. In the surveillances, for the field surveillances, we've done both non-destructive testing where the containers are examined, but they're not defeated, they're not opened, they're not changed. And also destructive testing, where we actually cut the cans open, we examine the headspace gases, we examine the metals, the materials to see if there's corrosion, if there's any problems going on inside there. So how do we pick those surveillances? We actually did a couple different ways. We've picked a random lot of materials, and that is just to kind of make sure that we're addressing all of the different potential materials that are out there. And then we use some engineering judgment, and that is some of the cans that we are most concerned about, I'll just go ahead and tell you, chlorides and moistures to us are areas of concern. So some of the materials that have chloride and moisture impurities, we've actually looked at those probably the hardest. To date, we've completed 149 destructive examinations, and we've also done 152 non-destructive examinations. So that means we got a lot of knowledge of how well is our standard doing. So what we found out in looking at the results of these different surveillances is that overpressurization is not a problem. We have simply not seen that. the oxygen present in the gas, we actually know that over a period of time that decreases. I guess the chemists out there, the PuO2 becomes Pu3O8, and it's absorbed in the material. So the oxygen actually is not a problem. So we really have not seen a flammable gas generation, nor have we seen the extensive pressures that we expected to see, or I should not say expected, that we postulated we might see. Corrosion, one other thing we found out about that is, over a period of time, the corrosion rates actually decrease. And it kind of makes sense, as whatever it is that's causing corrosion, over a period of time, it's sort of getting used up, and it's slowing the rate of corrosion. So the potential failure, and if you remember this, there's really 3 cans there, and I'm really going to talk to 2 of them, the inner, the outermost layer, and the next layer down. So that next layer down is really we refer to as the inner container. We have not seen a through-wall crack through the inner container yet. So therefore, we haven't even come close on the outer container yet. We do know, as I mentioned before, that the chlorides, salts, and with elevated moisture, we have seen some corrosion on that inner container, but as I mentioned, it's not been through wall. And as you see on the slide, there are no outer container concerns. Okay, so all these findings, we use those to recycle that back into our 3013 standard process to figure out how we can make improvements in the future. So to kind of sum up though, their surveillance program has not identified any conditions that would challenge our 50-year storage life. And with that, I would like to open it up for questions.
Charles, I see your card going up. Let's just start with you.
Are these cans just, Charles Hilton Cab, are these cans just for the weapons grade, or are this both the messed up plutonium that's in the environmental program, or is it?
So it's not just the weapons grade. We do have a number of cans that are fuels grade or different level quality of plutonium.
Is that where you're seeing the most corrosion in the lower grade?
Believe it or not, the isotopic does not influence the corrosion itself. The isotopic really does not have we've not seen any impacts to the isotopics. Where we've seen the problem is really on the impurities, the chlorides and the moisture. Did I answer your question?
Okay, then we'll go to Greg.
Thank you, Greg Murray Cab. So I'm understanding that you all have set basically a 50-year lifespan on these canisters. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How far are you into that lifespan now?
As it was presented, most of those were packaged about 20 years ago.
Okay, so you're about 40% through.
We're about 40% through.
Okay, what are you going to do? What happens at the end of the 50 years?
Well, there's a number of different options that are on the table for us to consider, including because we know a lot more than what we did then. So I'm not saying this is where we're headed, but one option could be to extend that 50-year life to something a little bit more commensurate with where we may want to go. Another thing, so when we talk about repackaging, yes, there's a possibility of that. Some of it may be used in other programs that are outside of EM's purview, I should add. And then some of it will be going in the surplus plutonium disposition program, and I think Mr. Lee Sims is going to talk to you more about that right after this conversation.
Can you examine the integrity of the canisters without opening them? Can you X-ray them somehow or do something along those lines?
We have done some non-destructive testing, so we can do some testing. We can get a more in-depth review by actually destroying the cans. So, but yes, we do both.
Well, I just didn't know, 20 years from now, and you're sitting here wondering, is it going to make the 50-year lifespan, how y'all were going to assess that?
So we have a lot of data right now to already tell us that we can easily meet the 50 years. So I'm not sure if I really understand your question.
You're completely confident in that 50 years?
I'm totally confident in 50 years.
Is there any variance in the estimate?
Any variance?
So is it 50 years on the nose, or is there 50 years plus or minus
50 years is a very conservative number.
Okay.
So we're looking at the more pure material, we don't see there being a significant limitation to how long that can be stored at this time.
200 years.
I'd hate to quantify it with a number, but a very long time.
A very long time. Okay, and finally, are they are they shielded? I guess is there any radiation emission from the total packages? I guess
yes, there is.
Okay.
And that's one of the benefits of having it in the packages, because that provides some shielding, and then they're further in the 9975 containers, which provide some more shielding, but there still is some radiation.
Even outside the 9975?
Even outside the 9975.
Gotcha. Does the 9975 last as long as the 3013, excuse me?
We have a program, also a surveillance program, to make sure that those containers stay safe. And they're really not limited because they're not in direct contact with any of the materials, so that you don't have any chemical reaction going on with those containers at all.
Mm-hmm. Except other than the radiation coming from the 3013.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Charles, we'll go back to you.
Charles Hilton, cab. K reactor, is that climate controlled, humidity controlled, or is it, if it gets 105 degrees outside, does the reactor get, storage areas get hot?
Well, I was in a K reactor not that long ago, and it got pretty warm inside there, so I would say I don't believe it's credited for being climate controlled.
Any other questions or comments from around the table? Greg, you still got your card up. Do you have? No, it's okay. Anything else from around the table? All right. So seeing nothing from around the table.
Do you take questions from the public?
No, sir. We'll take public comments later in
So
the
you
day.
have 20 people around here who aren't asking questions, but if somebody from the public cannot speak and ask a question,
Yes, sir. We'll take public comment later in the day.
but how does I get an answer from this person?
He may
All I
be
want to
able-
know is, you just asked a question about heat in the building. How much heat is the plutonium producing and adding to the ambient temperature in the building, like it does at Pantex with the pits?
I might ask Chip to help me with that answer. Mr. Chip McClard.
Well, like Kirk said, the building is not conditioned. It has flow through, so it does get warm in the building. The 9975s, those shipping containers, have a limit of 19 watts each. What's actually in them is less than that. So yes, there is some heat in the building.
From the plutonium?
From the plutonium as well as from the...
How much from the plutonium? How much?
See, this is why. So this is why we don't do this, because now y'all are having a conversation and interrupting the meeting.
No.
So if y'all want to have a conversation, I'm going to ask you to please step out in the hallway and go have that. And we're going to continue the meeting around the table, please. Thank you. James Hanner, facilitator for the meeting. Thank you.
Just check. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from around the table? Steve?
So we have a 50, Steve Riley cab, we have a 50-year storage life that probably is longer than, but what is, and maybe beyond you, what is the long-term plan for this material?
I think we're going to get to more of that in the next presentation with the plutonium surplus disposition presentation.
Anything else, folks? All right, Mr. Gardner, thank you very much. Up next, we're going to talk about the blend down program, and Mr. Lee Sims will be here to tell us about that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, my name is Lee Sims. I work for Savannah River Nuclear Solutions, and I am the facility manager for K Area Complex. So where Kurt was a good lead-in for how we stabilize plutonium in the 3013 standard, I'll pick up with where we've consolidated it, where we store it, and some about the processing that we're doing for that 3013 stabilized material. All right, so big picture, what I want the group to take away is our primary focus has been on safe storage of plutonium, and over the last couple of years, we've been transitioning to more of a processing and handling facility. We are using the robust structure of the K area reactor. There are some supplemental buildings that we have constructed and have started up, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. The storage and disposition is a joint mission. It is not just DOE-EM, it is NNSA, as they own a good portion of the surplus plutonium. And that is a good collaboration between those two, as well as the contracting agencies. It's also very critical in terms of how the relationship we have with LANO and with WIP, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Over the past couple of years, despite the impacts of COVID, we've had a lot of success in ramping up production rates, expanding our staff, going after main infrastructure improvements to make sure that we're set up to go do this mission for the long haul. With that being said, we're still progressing. We're still working on our processing rates. We got additional infrastructure that we're working on over the next number of years. And our staffing continues to increase, and I'll talk about staffing as well. We do have ongoing construction projects to not only increase capacity, but capability within K area to make it to where we can downblend at an even faster rate and get that material out of the state of South Carolina. So a little history of K reactor. It was a production reactor until the early 90s. In the late 90s, it did go through a series of modifications to make it suitable for surplus plutonium storage, and began that consolidation effort from across the complex of mainly 3013 stabilized material, as Mr. Gardner mentioned. The first shipment we did receive it in 2002. We did begin that interim surveillance process that Mr. Gardner mentioned in the 2007 time period. And we have a small glove box that went operational in that 2007 time period to go do those surveillance activities, to include cutting open the 3013s, taking samples, sending up the cut pieces to the lab for them to be analyzed for the corrosion possibilities that Kurt went over in the previous conversation. HP Line did pilot a downblend process in the 2011-2013 time period. I actually participated in that. K area did initiate their own limited scope of plutonium downblend in 2016 in that KISS glove box. With the ceasing of construction of MOX, there was a change of direction, and so a lot more focus was put on K area to go expand the capability to downblend surplus plutonium and get it into a form that's suitable for disposition. So since 2018, our mission has been to expand that capability and capacity for downblend. With that, we've gone through a number of improvements as well as projects that have been completed, as well as those that are ongoing, to include going through the KISS glove box and making it more suitable for the mission, instead of being focused on the KISS or focused on the surveillance program, more focused on the downblend process. So we did some improvements to the glove box as part of that, optimized it. We also have built a criticality control overpack storage pad, which is the drum that will make its way to WIP. We have that storage pad operational. It went operational in 2021, around June 1st-ish in the summer. And within that same week, we also went from a single shift glove box operations to a 4-shift glove box operations. So we've been expanding our mission. All that happened within a short period of time. So with that being said, I'll kind of cover some storage aspects of K area. So if you look at the roughly 9.5 metric tons that is related to the 2020 settlement with the state of South Carolina, what I want the takeaway to be is it's a mixture of material. It's not everything is equal. There's challenges to everything we have in the facility. Overall, the obligation is almost split between the responsible entities for the material. You can see 5.5 NNSA, 4 metric tons, that's EM owned material. And when you look at the pie chart here, and this is based off of a 2019 reconciled inventory, it's a mix of weapons grade, fuel grade, oxide, metal. It's a mix. And so when you watch the video, I'll show you here in a minute, the downblend process, the form of the material has to be in an oxide form. So that metal material does have to go through an extra step in the process. When you look at the weapons grade and fuel grade, the fuel grade material poses extra challenges in terms of dose potential to the workers. So there's a balance to what we go choose and process. A lot of decisions have to be made in terms of what item we go after next, and we try to be smart about it. We've got a large inventory, and we try to peel the onion to make sure that we're going after these things in a smart fashion. So that being said, the metal, we are working with Lano to exchange some of our plutonium metal and get an equal to or less than amount of oxide so that we can go process that and get it dispositioned through the surplus plutonium program. We do continue to safeguard plutonium that is part of the voluntary offer agreement with the IAEA. They have the ability to come every month and audit us and take a look. We still live stream to Vienna, the storage area where that material is stored, and they monitor that material. We're working with the agency now to work out the monitoring processes to the final resting place to make sure we got all the agreements from an international perspective on that disposition program. We did recently, if you look in the bottom picture there, one of our storage areas, we actually moved material out, got it prepared and isolated to go through a major construction project for surplus plutonium disposition, and it will add 3 additional glove box lines to expand the rate of plutonium that can be processed through the facility. So that project is ongoing. And we still have the mission to support U.S. origin material removal from international locations. So that's it from a storage perspective. I do have a video here that will step through what the dilute and dispose process is, just for point of reference. Just for point of reference, you may hear me say downblend, you may hear me say dilute and dispose. Those are synonymous terms.
Operations at the K Area Complex provide for the inventory, security, and storage of much of DOE's excess plutonium and other special nuclear materials. The K Complex's unique mission is at the heart of national security, and the United States Nuclear Nonproliferation Mission. The K Complexes is a Department of Energy Category 1 special nuclear materials storage facility designated for interim safe storage of plutonium and highly enriched uranium at the Savannah Riverside. The K Complex has a rich history. The main storage facility building in the complex, 105K, is a former production reactor used to produce nuclear materials for the U.S. during the Cold War era. During operation, 105K housed 3 primary functions: fuel assembly, processing, and disassembly. The reactor was shut down near the end of the Cold War. Because of its robust construction, security infrastructure, and rigorous seismic and structural upgrades, 105K was chosen by DOE in early 2000 to serve as their premier plutonium storage facility. Since 2002, K Area has received and stored excess plutonium from across the DOE complex, including Rocky Flats, Hanford, SRS's FB line, Los Alamos National Laboratory, and Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. Plutonium materials shipped to K Area are sealed inside DOE's standard 3013 containers that are placed inside robust, state-of-the-art certified shipping packages called 9975s. But K Area isn't just a storage facility.
K Area is really right in the middle of a huge transformation. The last year and a half, we've really started making a transition to a full-scale 24/7 production. Our main mission will be taking the excess plutonium in the system and processing it into a form that can be shipped, move that material out of the state of South Carolina.
Today, 2 of the former 105K primary operations areas, processing and assembly, are used for the storage and processing missions. Downblend, or dilute and dispose, involves blending plutonium oxide with an adulterant, resulting in a final waste form. This produces a mixture that is more secure and not usable for weapons that can be safely disposed at the waste isolation pilot plant in New Mexico, and helps get nuclear materials out of South Carolina. The downblending process begins with the retrieval of the 9975 or similar package from storage. The package is opened, and the 3013 container is removed and transferred to a glove box for processing. The nested 3013 configuration consists of a welded outer 3013, an inner 3013, and a convenience can. Inside the glove box, the container is cut open, and the PU oxide is removed from the convenience can. The plutonium oxide material is then ground as needed and sieved to prepare it for downblend. The downblend process takes place within blend cans, which are pre-staged in the glove box. The prepared plutonium oxide is added to each blend can, which contains an adulterant material. The blend can is weighed and its contents mixed to complete the process. As many as 20 blend cans can result from the downblend process for a single 3013 container. The next step is to place the blend can containing the plutonium oxide in a shield can, a robust outer container. This container serves to reduce radiological dose for workers handling the material once it exits the glove box. Once closed, the shield can is removed from the glove box. The disposal process begins with the addition of a radiological barrier in a can configuration. An assay is performed to determine the nuclear material content. 2 blend cans are then placed in a criticality control overpack, or CCO. CCOs are staged and then transferred to the characterization and storage pad, which is outside of the 105K building.
We're also moving into a storage pad where we'll have some excess storage capacity, which sounds like an easy thing to go do. But when you put a big storage facility inside of the facility, it takes a lot of coordination with security and operations, instruction, and all the other supporting efforts. So we have to have a place that allows us to have a surge volume. Then we'll be able to go do the assaying and packaging so that those will ultimately be shipped off to the waste isolation pilot plant, or WIP.
So the CCO pad, it'll add the capacity roughly 4,000 more drums that we can go stage and store and assay and prepare for shipment to WIP. So it's going to be very critical for the long-term plutonium disposition mission to have the CCO pad installed and operational to provide that lag storage.
The CCOs are stored on the pad until ready for characterization. The characterization process is necessary to ensure the downblended material meets the waste acceptance criteria for New Mexico's waste isolation pilot plant. The CCOs are again measured for nuclear material content and undergo an X-ray step to ensure there are no prohibited items. Upon successful completion of characterization, the CCOs are stored for an interim period and ultimately configured and loaded for shipment. K Area is also currently expanding missions to expedite the plutonium disposition process.
We have a lot of projects moving. Surplus Plutonium Disposition Mission, or SPD, a big effort. We're bringing in additional processing capacity into the facility. Large project. That project's going to bring a lot of different challenges to us.
The Surplus Plutonium Disposition Project, or SPD, involves the installation of additional glove box processing capability to enable expedited plutonium removal from South Carolina. Vacant space in the assembly area of the 105K building will be utilized to install the additional processing and support equipment. The additional glove boxes and support equipment will allow a significant increase in the rate at which plutonium can be downblended and disposed of. The new facilities will contain greater shielding capability, which will reduce radiological exposure to the workers processing the material. The project, which is currently under construction, is expected to be operational by 2028. Employees at the K Area complex have a long history of using ingenuity to meet the nation's nuclear material needs. From operating reactors to storage to plutonium downblend, K Area has shown the flexibility and resilience to rise to the challenge. The most recent mission change from a storage facility to a production facility is just another example of how SRS and K Area will do what it takes to make the world safer.
All right. I like showing the videos. It says it a lot easier than I could with pictures and demonstrations. So the CCO pad, I'll talk a little bit about that. Showed it in the video, but it is a multi, what I'll call stage building. The main part of the building is for storage. When we bring material over from the reactor building, it will be staged until it's ready to be assayed as depicted in the video. Once it goes through the assay equipment, goes through X-ray as well as a neutron and gamma count. It'll go back into lag storage. Once a drum is selected to be on a manifest to ship to WIP, it will then move down to the third area of the building, which is our preload staging as well as our TruePack 2 loading. At that area, we work hand in hand with the mobile loading unit, which is a group that is tied to the Carlsbad field office, and we will coordinate loading shipping containers and shipping the material out. So in terms of what we're currently authorized to go do in that building is store and assay, and we're working on the final certifications through the CBFO, Carlsbad field office, to be able to ship. And we expect to be doing that by the end of the calendar year. All right, so I like to break things down in terms of people, plant, and paper. So from a people perspective, we had a number of experienced plutonium operators, glove box operators across site. We consolidated a good bit of those resources to K Area to expand to 4 shifts, as well as staffed up through programs in the community. We did increase our staffing in K Area, roughly 100 people, cross-functional engineers, quality, procedure writers, trainers, all the way across the business. We did transition to 4-shift glove box processing, as mentioned. Our staffing is split funded. So I mentioned that NNSA and EM both have responsibility and ownership of material and getting it processed, and they're both providing us funding. for the staffing. We currently have 3 glove box shifts that are funded by NNSA and 1 by DOE-EM. We are ramping up our community outreach to apprenticeship programs. We've got active programs at Aiken Tech as well as Denmark Tech that we're getting operators from over the next year. We've got roughly 30 operators that we're adding to our staff from those apprenticeship programs in the next 18 months. From an infrastructure perspective, these are just a couple of things I threw up here, but we are investing money in improving the equipment and the infrastructure. We did do some modifications internal to the facility to allow additional storage of CCO drums that are coming out of the downblend process. We mentioned the CCO pad itself. And with all the people, we've added a lot more support facilities for people to be housed and trained and prepared to go in the field. Obviously, we're a very secure facility, and we continue to work on security enhancements as part of that as well. We've done a reliable power project to upgrade some of our aging electrical infrastructure, and we continue to focus on those in the next couple of years. From a paper perspective, we operate underneath a safety basis that provides us the safe guidelines of operation. With our expanding mission, we've had revisions to that safety documentation to provide the flexibility to process but remain safe to operate. So we've gone through a number of assessments, readiness assessments and external audits to make sure that we keep that rigor of operations while expanding our mission. We are doing a whole lot of modeling as well as tracking our metrics to make sure that we're focusing on improvements that'll make a difference in our throughput. In terms of path ahead and challenges, I mentioned the WIP certification. By the way, this is the TruePack 2 and the truck that carries the TruePack 2s to WIP. We're still working on getting that certification by the end of the calendar year. SPD, as mentioned in the video and as I briefed, it is a big construction project that is ongoing. With any big construction project, there's a lot of integration that we have to work with day in, day out. We are expanding production while we have construction going on, in essence, right next door. So some unique challenges there that we deal with day in, day out. With SPD, when it comes operational, we virtually double the staff within K area to support the additional 3 glove box lines and the throughput. So this is the summary. What I would like to say is our primary focus is still the safe storage of the plutonium. That's still our core function. However, we are safely processing the material and getting it ready for disposition. We're proud of that expanded scope, and we've been able to ramp up over the last couple of years to go do that. As mentioned, it is a collaborative effort between the department entities, DOE, EM, NNSA, as well as the contractor. The coordination with Lano and WIP will continue. That relationship will grow through the years as our production rates continue to grow. CCO pad, as mentioned, became operational last year, and we expect shipments towards the end of the calendar year. That's it.
All right, folks. Any questions from the board? Narinder, we'll start with you. Yep, go ahead, Narinder.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yes, sir.
How much weapon-grade plutonium is being downgraded? How many shifts are working on a regular basis?
I think what you're asking is what is our throughput currently?
Yeah.
So I won't get into the specifics, but I'll tell you it's roughly in the magnitude of 100 3013s a year where we are right now.
Okay. Look around. Candace, right over here.
Candace Cave Cab. Is there any difference in how you store the weapons-grade plutonium? Well, yeah, and is there a difference in how you store that compared to the other sources, or do you treat it all the same no matter the source?
So we do have some of our higher dose material segregated from some of the other material. But if you were to look at the composite within our storage areas, there's a mixture. They're not isolated. Here's weapons grade. Here's fuel grade.
Okay. Jim.
Jim Gill, CAB. Help me out with this. The CAB issued a recommendation back, I think, late in 2019 to accelerate the downblending of plutonium. And that recommendation was rejected because of a facility not being available and the condition of material. Since then, we have the settlement agreement, which now is looking to see 9.5 metric tons removed by 2037. That's a huge ramp up, and I'm surprised you can sleep at night knowing what you've got to accomplish. Is there any, what worries you the most about being able to meet that? I assume we want to meet the new agreement and avoid the fines that come.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot in front of us. What I would say is, I mentioned we got a lot of cats and dogs. Not everything is created equal. Some of the items will be a little bit harder to process than others. One of the things that we tend to focus on is the elemental plutonium. That's what you'll see in the agreement. What I'll say is that that's not necessarily the most challenging things for us to go process. The weapons grade plutonium that gives us the most bang for the buck for the state is not necessarily the ones that provide the most dose or hazard to the worker. So to me, it's that ebb and flow and balance of, hey, we want to get the plutonium processed to satisfy the state, but we got to make sure that we're managing our dose and trickling in some of the fuel grade material so that we don't have it all at the end. So there's going to be some balance there.
Okay, so really setting the mix properly is going to make your life a little easier.
Yes, yes, sir.
Candace, did you have another follow-up?
No, that's it.
I'm sorry, I was asking Candace if she had a follow-up.
Candace Cave Cab. So are there any dangerous, for lack of a better word, byproducts of the downblending process that you have to deal with?
Yeah, you know, nothing we do is foolproof. So there's always dangers when you handle nuclear material. So I can't tell you that answer is no. Everything that we do is within protective clothing, respiratory protection, within a glove box in terms of the actual handling of the material. You know, we pride ourselves on the training and rigor of how we go execute that work. You know, the dose considerations are one of the major things to make sure that we provide that time and shielding and make sure that we're managing our inventory and how we go process the material for the workers.
So after the downblending process is complete, there's nothing left that you have to deal with? No other products left?
Just a waste byproduct from downblending. So we do generate normal transuranic waste that comes out from the cut cans, et cetera.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions from around the table? Lee, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Is the public allowed to ask a question?
Can you turn that microphone off, please? Thank you. Please have a seat, sir. We'll do public comment later. At the bottom of your agenda when it says the discussion is limited to the participants around the table. Thank you. Can you please have a seat and stop interrupting the meeting? Thank you. Sir, please have a seat and stop interrupting the meeting. Folks, I'm going to give you an option. We have two fairly long presentations coming up next. They're great presentations. I really enjoy what we get, but they are a little on the lengthy side. Do you need to take a break now? Do you want to get through one first and then take 10 minutes? Get through one first? Everybody okay with that? Yeah. All right. We'll go with DHEC first and Susan Fulmer.
Goes forward. Is that right? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Susan Fulmer. I'm the Federal Facility Agreement Project Manager for the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. John Richards, who you'll hear from next, is my EPA counterpart. And Brian Hennessy, who you heard from this morning on lower 3 runs, is the DOE counterpart, the FFA manager for DOE. I also manage the federal remediation section at DHEC, and that is the group that oversees the federal lead Superfund cleanups in the state of South Carolina. So we have all of the National Priority List, or NPL sites in the state, or NPL equivalent sites, for which EPA is the lead. Of course, SRS is one of our NPL sites in South Carolina. So today I'm going to give you an overview of some of the things that we do at DHEC related to our oversight of SRS. First, our vision is healthy people living in healthy communities. Our mission is to improve the quality of life for all South Carolinians by protecting and promoting the health of the public and the environment. So DHEC is unique in that we're one of the few state agencies in the country that combines health departments and environmental departments into one agency. So this integration aids us in our pursuit of healthy people and healthy communities. And our implementation of that is supported by these 4 divisions that you see here: health regulations, public health, environmental affairs, and operations. So I'm going to focus on environmental affairs and our oversight role of SRS, but I just want to briefly mention some of the things that health regulations and public health do, because as you've seen through COVID, we do a lot in South Carolina, and you probably had some interaction with these other parts of the agency. Our health regulations group oversees licensing and certification of healthcare facilities, EMS providers, and drug control enforcement. And our public health division operates the agency's public health and state laboratory functions, and so that includes the local health departments that you've heard about on the news a lot with COVID. Okay, so environmental affairs is comprised of the 5 bureaus here you see here: Bureau of Air, Bureau of Water, Bureau of Land and Waste Management, Bureau of Environmental Health Services, and the Office of Ocean and Coastal Resource Management, or OCRM. So with the exception of OCRM, all of these program areas have different programs that are involved in SRS oversight. So I want to focus on environmental affairs' different roles. We have a role in protection through our permitting process, in oversight through some of our oversight programs, emergency preparedness and improvement. We'll walk through each of these areas and talk about what DHEC does. But before we talk about that, I want to talk about some things that DHEC does not do. So as a reminder, we do not regulate the storage of spent nuclear fuel or nuclear materials. So DHEC promotes protection of human health and the environment through the enforcement of federal and state laws and regulations. EPA has delegated implementation to the state for a variety of programs, and those are in our Bureau of Air, Water, Waste, and Cleanup programs. DHEC issues permits in accordance with federal and state permits and requirements. We inspect SRS for compliance with those permits, and we take enforcement action if and when it's necessary at the site. Just some of the protection programs that we have. If you look on the left side of the slide, these are a variety of the Bureau of Water programs: drinking water, NPDES, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. The underground injection control group is involved a lot with our cleanup program. When something needs to be injected into groundwater to help clean it up, the UIC program is involved with that. On the right side of the slide, the Bureau of Air issues air permit for the site. They also are involved in asbestos issues. Bureau of Land and Waste Management is the overseer of the Hazardous Waste RCRA permit. That's the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act permit. We also have involvement through our solid waste program. That's the landfill group. So you may be familiar with them through the saltstone disposal unit permit that was issued, as well as some of the ash basins the ash landfills had ash permits as well. And then we also have I highlight the Bureau of Environmental Health Services oversees laboratory certification. And they are also very involved through our district offices. BEHS, or Bureau of Environmental Health Services, is where our district offices are housed, and for SRS, Aiken is our local district office. So I just want to highlight some of our oversight role at DHEC, and the Aiken office is very involved in this effort. As I mentioned on the previous slide, there are a variety of program areas involved at DHEC, and they all conduct site visits to check on permit compliance and so forth. But in this oversight role, we have our Environmental Surveillance and Oversight Program, or ESOP program, and that's unique to Savannah Riverside. In this program, DHEC monitors SRS and the surrounding area to determine if there's been any impact from SRS activities in the local community. So you've heard probably from Grace Ann several times in the past about the ESOP program, and she's given updates on the annual reports. So the ESOP program goes out and they collect samples of air, water, soil, sediment, vegetation, milk, fish, and game animals. And those samples are analyzed, the data is compiled, reviewed, and it's published once a year in an annual report. The last one that was published is the 2020 report that you see here. This was published in November of 2021, I believe. And so the 2021 data will be coming out this fall, and we'll give you an update on that when that's available. If you have not seen this one yet, it is available on our website. You can go to the link at the bottom of the slide here. So this one's available. We also have a lot of archived older reports that are also accessible on our website too. So through this ESOP program, the agency is providing a lot of oversight over the activities at the site. We're also conducting site visits again for permit compliance, and also in the Aiken Regional Office, we have staff there who are going to the site, checking on the cleanup activities that are occurring. So they're a great resource and our eyes and ears out in the field. Another aspect that DHEC is involved in is emergency preparedness. So in general, South Carolina has a comprehensive emergency operations plan for disasters, whether those are man-made or naturally occurring disasters. We do take some extra measures when it comes to Savannah Riverside. We hold drills that are specifically geared towards the site. And we also have quarterly meetings to update staff on changes and things that have happened on site that may impact emergency preparedness activities. So now let's look at our final area of focus at DHEC, and that's improvement through our cleanup programs. Excuse me. So Savannah Riverside, as I mentioned, has a resource conservation, or RCRA, hazardous waste permit. This permit requires assessment and cleanup of all waste, contaminated areas at the site. It covers some of the major contamination areas that you may have heard of. That includes F, H, M in the mixed waste management facility. The photo in this slide shows the F area base injection system. That's at the F area groundwater plume, groundwater operable unit. And this was a photo from one of our 5-year review remedy walkdowns for operating units with or operable units with operating equipment. So this is, and I'm sure John will probably talk about this in his presentation, 5-year review walkdowns are another part of our oversight process at the site. Okay, we also have a cleanup program through the Superfund or CERCLA program. CERCLA is the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, more commonly referred to as Superfund. So EPA has authority for CERCLA or Superfund, and DHEC is the authority for the RCRA permit. Now, the FFA, or Federal Facility Agreement, is the document that marries the RCRA and the CERCLA processes. And the FFA is a tri-party agreement that we have. So this is agreement between DHEC, EPA, and DOE. And it's going to cover the corrective action process from site investigation through remediation of the contamination. The FFA also describes procedures for setting annual work priorities for the cleanup sites, and it ensures that activities that are conducted for cleanup satisfy both the RCRA permit requirements and CERCLA Superfund requirements. The photo in this slide shows the D area ash basins. This was a project that involved several program areas at DHEC. We had our wastewater folks over on Bureau of Water involved. We had our solid waste folks for the ash landfill issues, and of course our FFA program, and the district office was very involved as well for oversight about the field activities that occurred. This was another one of our regulatory walkdowns that was conducted to just oversee how the cleanup activity was progressing at the site. Okay, so we talked about RCRA and CERCLA, but the FFA is the governing mechanism to integrate those two processes, but there's some differences between RCRA and CERCLA. So the RCRA permit is a defined regulatory mechanism. The FFA is an agreement between the three parties. FFAs are a requirement by CERCLA, and while they may be similar between sites, so for instance, SRS and Oak Ridge could both have FFAs, there are differences between them. They're negotiated by the sites. So there may be similarities, but there also may be differences when you talk about comparing one FFA at one site to an FFA at another site. So if there's a violation of a RCRA permit, then that would mean SRS would go through an enforcement process to deal with that violation. In the FFA side of things, if there's a disagreement between the three parties on some activity that's occurring under the FFA program, then we would invoke a dispute resolution process. And that dispute resolution process is outlined in the Federal Facility Agreement. So, in general, at SRS, things work very well. We have a very effective FFA program. We use a core team process to work through our site scoping and our issues. The core team process uses a formal consensus-based approach to decision making. And so each agency has a representative for the core team that makes decisions. We're still supported by a technical support team, and those are, we have for DOE, they have their contractor SRNS as technical support, but each agency also has technical experts that are involved in the process of scoping and helping make decisions. Stakeholders are still involved in the FFA process, so you'll get notifications when we have a public notice of a document that's available for review, and so stakeholder input is still part of the process as well. The regulators maintain enforcement authority through the FFA process, and DOE still manages the project resources. All right, so let's talk about the cleanup of legacy waste at the site. That's covered by our site treatment plan. The site treatment plan was established by the Federal Facility Compliance Act in 1992, and that required DOE to devise a plan for developing treatment capacities and technologies to treat mixed waste by an approved schedule, and it's enforced by a consent order. The plan was approved in consultation with EPA and other states that were affected by the plan. It was issued in 1998 and amended later in 2002 and again in 2003. The site treatment plan covers mixed low-level transuranic and high-level waste, and it requires state approval for any hazardous or rad waste shipment that is proposed to the Savannah River site. The plan is updated annually, and it was the most recent update was 2020 annual update that was approved in March of 2022. We currently have the 2021 annual update, and that's under review in-house in our record program. All right, so the final area of cleanup that I want to focus on is the high-level waste tank system. That's one that has a lot of attention, not just at DHEC, but of course for the CAB as well. This is just a view of tank 19, and this was from another one of our regulatory walkdowns. So Section 3116 of the 2005 National Defense Authorization Act allows for the Energy Secretary to determine, in consultation with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, that certain radioactive waste resulting from the reprocessing of spent nuclear fuels is not high-level waste. So residuals that are remaining must be under a state-approved closure plan or a state-issued permit. So how that is handled at DHEC is through our wastewater program. The high-level waste tanks are regulated through Bureau of Water in the wastewater program. They operate through a wastewater permit, and closure is conducted under a wastewater closure plan. So the general closure plan for each tank outlines maintenance and monitoring activities that are performed, and then there are tank-specific closure modules that address specific activities, operational closure activities at specific tanks. So that part is tank-specific. The general closure plan, there's one for F area and one for H area, so one for each tank farm. DHEC will approve the activities associated with waste removal, stabilization, and operational closure of the tanks. Once a tank is closed, it will exit the wastewater permit, and then it will be transferred to the Federal Facility Agreement Program to be worked through the Superfund process. So the state is the lead for the high-level waste tank overview up through the proposed plan and record of decision. Those are Superfund documents. And so at that point, it's part of the FFA. The other part of this program is that we do take, even though it's led by the state, we do take comments from EPA in reviewing those documents, and so they are able to communicate some of their concerns or issues if they have them to us, and then we provide those comments to DOE. All right, so in general, DHEC is committed to its vision of healthy people and healthy communities, and at SRS this means maintaining their permits and compliance inspections, doing our cleanup activities, emergency preparedness through our training and response program, and oversight activities like the ESOP program that I mentioned earlier. Moving forward, we're going to continue to focus on high-level waste treatment and tank closure, and as was mentioned yesterday, we're working on negotiations of those high-level waste treatment milestones right now. So stay tuned on that. We're going to continue our role in site cleanup through our FFA and our RECRA programs, our circular and RECRA programs. And we'll continue focusing on legacy waste disposition through the site treatment plan. So I'll stop there, but I do want to highlight, if you've got general questions about DHEC, you can sure check out our website or social media. We have a lot of great information, not just about SRS, but a variety of health and environmental topics that are up there for review. And I'll stop for questions, I think, right now, and then John after me.
I think we'll take a short break in between,
Okay.
but yeah. All right, we'll start with Candace. I see your card first.
Candace Cave Cab. Can you describe DHEC's role in the transportation of materials out of South Carolina? Do you have any regulatory involvement in that?
We do have some involvement, and that is through I believe through our Bureau of Environmental Health Services group. I'm looking for a friend here maybe has a little more experience in that. So we have, through our emergency preparedness, we have some folks who are involved in that. I don't know a lot about that program because we're not supposed to know a lot about that program, right? Like, it's for those who are involved in it. But we do have a role in transportation in South Carolina. Does that help? If there's something specific that you want me to look into, I can get the right folks to get an answer to that.
So when we did our tour a few weeks ago, they were talking about the process of, and this might not be a question for you, but they were talking about all the agencies involved in getting things ready for transportation, and I cannot remember what DHEC's role was in that. I don't remember if it was mentioned, if DHEC was involved in that. James, do you remember what I'm referring to?
I do not, but Bert back there, he knows a lot more than I do about this, for sure.
Hey, Bert Craps, I was actually on the tour with you. Susan, the transportation for our true waste shipments, both your emergency response and then the South Carolina Department of Transportation comes to those shipments. We give them advance notice. The DOT, just by their regulations, they have certain levels of testing they do on transportation trucks. It's not unique to True Waste, but they call it a level 6, which is the most extensive test inspection they do. They do that for each shipment. And then the emergency response crew includes some RAD protection folks from your RAD group who actually survey the trailer to make sure it's in compliant. There's no radiation doses coming off of it of concern. And then you do escort them to the state line, which for us is going over to North Augusta. It's a very short trip, but that's what we currently work with the state, and those are the agencies within South Carolina that support the shipments.
Thank you.
Okay.
And incidentally, Candace, that's for incoming as well. Any material coming into.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Bert. Let's come over here to Charles.
Charles Hilton, cab. On your improvements on legacy waste, it says it requires state approval for any HAZ-RAD waste shipment proposed to SRS. I thought that the federal law says we're going to get it whether we like it or not. Am I missing something here? All of these fuel rods coming from overseas and all over the place. I thought under nuclear non-proliferation treaty, we got it because it's federal law.
That's not waste. That's nuclear materials. That's the difference, Charles.
Okay, thank you. My other question, if I may, James.
Oh, of course.
DHEC, this costs y'all a lot of money for all the monitoring, for all you have to do. I know there's permit fees. If they're going to build something, they have to pay permit fees. Do they pay anything for just the oversight of this program?
They do. So we have a grant, it's called the REM grant through DOE, and it has 3 parts. One is the site treatment plan, so it pays for the staff overseeing that work. We have a part that covers our FFA program, and then we have a part that covers the, it's called the Agreement in Principle, and part of that is the ESOP program that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any other questions for Susan and DHEC from the board? Going once, going twice. All right, seeing none. I promise you a break in between, give you a chance to stretch your legs before we move into EPA. Thank you, Susan, very much. It's 2:45 now. I want to give you about 15 minutes. I'm going to ask you to be back in your seats at 3 o'clock, and we'll get started again. And we'll wrap this thing up today. Thank you.
Go get the box.
Okay, what's the date today? 26th? Yeah.
26, yep.
There you go. Get your money. Sign that thing, Candace. Sign that thing. AK, I heard you were doing this for free this time, right? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lee. Have a great day.
Yeah, I don't get that. How'd they do that? Yeah, Miles. Look at that.
Okay, everyone, let's start to find our seats. We'll give everybody a chance to take a seat, and then we'll get started. So we have our last presentation of the afternoon. It's going to be John Richards. He's going to go over EPA's oversight role. Not to steal a punchline, John, sorry. But it is in the title. So let's keep in mind, we're going to go through this one, and then we'll do our public comment session, and then we're going to have a couple votes that we need to take this afternoon. So with that, let's get started, John.
Okay, my son got mic'd up. First slide should have my name. Yeah, Susan and I switched places because I'm always going before her or Heather on the day before. So this talk, some of you have heard many times, and again, before me, Rob used to give these talk and variations, but it's really because it's to inform, especially new cab members. How many new cab members are there? So I don't know if of all the newbies, how many people know Superfund. So that's one of the things that Rob and I've tried to do is kind of do like a, what are we doing at Savannah River, why, and why is Superfund involved, and what is Superfund? So some of it's going to be very basic, especially if some of you have heard it before, especially some of those I see that have been in my recent EJ community meetings and treat workshops, et cetera. And again, I've been at EPA 30 plus years. I've been a radiation expert there, radiation support for all of my 30 plus years. And that includes Savannah Riverside. I've been working on almost that entire time at some aspect, whether it was a NEPA program, Clean Air Act, NESHAPs, emergency response, and then, of course, Superfund being the bigger program I've always supported. And since 2010, 12 plus years, I've been a project manager, remedial project manager, we call it in EPA. And now I've been the lead, like Susan and Brian took over that role from Rob, who's still very much involved and definitely my mentor and everything I've learned and still do. So, and also I'm overseeing projects at Oak Ridge, Paducah. So again, we have multiple hats in EPA. So this is kind of the big picture I'm talking about. Obviously EPA's role in human health and environment. Again, we're obviously a federal regulator over the cleanup of the hazardous waste sites at Savannah River. Again, we're working with, as you'll see this a lot, working with Department of Energy and the state as a co-regulator to get SRS cleaned up. So again, I don't know, some of you know the names. Obviously, Rob, many of you know, and maybe some of the others. In fact, some have changed. Angela Miller, she was hoping to be here. Some of you might remember past Kyle Bryant. He's subbed for me or Rob in the past and here, and he's done a lot of the EJ community meetings. Another lady in her office that's been doing this for many, many years is taking over his role because he's moved to a different position. But anyway, just show you that and to compare a regular Superfund site, that means 95% of Superfund sites across the country is one project manager, and it's maybe one or two operable units, maybe a groundwater unit, maybe a soil unit. a building. But when we have Department of Energy sites especially, and a few of our DoD sites, it's not unusual to have 4 or 5 project managers. And again, almost all of these, like myself, we have other sites too, so not our sole responsibility. And again, we have a team back in our region. Again, we don't have maybe as many as South Carolina has overseeing stuff. Because again, all of these technical experts obviously are doing other things at other Superfund sites. So these are our experts in hydro, risk assessment, me for the radiation, attorney, our contractor been engaged, and that we've been kind of lucky with that because we had a new contract a couple years ago. We were able to keep the same contractor and a lot of the same people, so that really helped us. So again, a lot of this can be very basic, but it's really kind of geared towards some of the new CAB members that maybe not know what Superfund is other than knowing what the name is, and how does it apply, how we actually implement it at Savannah Riverside. So EPA started under Nixon, 1970. Again, we don't write the laws like Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, RCRA, CERCLA, get into that, but Congress writes those laws, as you probably know, and most of those were actually written in the 70s, a few in the 80s, most of them. But we have to write the regulations to implement those laws, on how you implement the Clean Water Act, CERCLA, et cetera. So again, if you're not familiar with our regions, unlike DOE that are based on field offices, most federal agencies, labor, FEMA, et cetera, are all these same 10 regions across the US with our headquarters in DC. We actually have 2 radiation labs, one's in our region, Montgomery, Alabama, one's in Las Vegas. But every EPA region has like a chemical lab. So our chemical lab is in Athens, University of Georgia area. Sorry for the music. Let that one off. So that's our 8 states, one of the larger EPA. See, I was apologizing to have a cool video like the plutonium guy that had some music. But it was one of the larger regions in terms of, especially our coastal areas. We have probably a lot more on-scene coordinators because of all the hurricane preparation relief. So again, our focus is going to be on CERCLA. What is that? Sometimes we even forget what the acronym means because we just call it Superfund, but it all started in 1980 and it get amended in 86, and that's where a lot of the actual regulations came from in the later amendments. Oops. Do I have to point it somewhere? Or did that just shut off? Or did the battery just go out? Ah, here we go. Maybe I didn't press the right. So we sometimes think of these reactive laws, again, addressing previously contaminated sites. So back in the late 70s, there were 2 famous sites that were going on. Love Canal, you may remember that. Valley of the Drums is near Louisville, Kentucky. And I think why those got so big, especially Love Canal, because they built the landfill, or they built a subdivision on top of a landfill and had a lot of direct contamination, direct effect, and that's what kind of led to Superfund. And so the CERCLA provides the authority for the federal government to respond to the releases or threaten releases of hazardous substances. And the key word there is hazardous substances because they will also include radionuclides. And then we call the National Contingency Plan is kind of the rules we do to do Superfund. And in fact, that's how we have the scoring to decide a site goes on the Superfund list. So again, procedures for conducting CERCLA response action, the risk level that triggers cleanup action. Some of you may know our risks that came from that original 1980 was 1 in a million to 1 in 10,000 risk for residential scenario, industrial scenario, or recreational scenario. That's usually the top 3. So again, it's not, and again, what that means is we may not take action unless some chemical radionuclide could cause one of those scenarios to go over 1 in 10,000 risk over like a 26, 30-year period kind of thing. But once we're cleaning up a site, like certain states have lower levels that they want to use to decide to do something, whether it's a land use control or something. So South Carolina, like Tennessee and others, we actually, anything that's over 1 in a million risk, we may do something, whether it's just a land use control, something like that. But so how do we get to federal facilities? Well, that all started in 87. Remember the CERCLA amendments through 86 on how to actually do a lot of how we actually do Superfund. But we realized this executive order came in 87 that delegates to Department of Energy, Department of Defense, the responsibility to implement certain provisions of CERCLA. So it makes these federal agencies the lead agency. And again, as many of you know, there was many base closures, defense plants being shut down, especially the 90s. So that was a huge activity back then, and that was when a lot of this started to go. So again, federal facilities, they follow the same policies, procedures spelled out in our implementation regs. That's that NCP. And then EPA, we either concur with the remedies proposed by those lead agencies, Navy, Air Force, for example, or Department of Energy, or we help pick another remedy with the state and DOE. So again, so the federal facilities are subject to CERCLA, similar to if it was a private entity. And this is giving you an idea, if you just see the little red dots, that obviously there's a vast number of Superfund sites. There's probably over 1,000 nationwide. A lot more being closed or completed, construction completed, I would say. But obviously some of these larger sites, as you'll probably know, but Department of Energy, some of the DoD sites have long-term plans that are going to take a little bit longer than a typical commercial site. And if you're not familiar with DOE sites, we originally were 4 in our region. Obviously, Savannah River, Paducah, there was a gas diffusion plant, enriching uranium, sister plants, Portsmouth, that's actually under RCRA in Ohio. They both shut down over the last 5 to 10 years. Oak Ridge, which has a national lab and handles nuclear material like Savannah River. And then Pinellas was a site near Tampa. They used to make the tritium, and now that tritium production got moved to Savannah River when they decided to shut down the Pinellas plant. And that was all a RCRA action with Florida, so that wasn't even Superfund to close that plant. So what about Savannah River site in particular? This was common among most Department of Energy sites. Like I mentioned, there was a few that stayed under RCRA. I know Portsmouth, and there may be another one I can't remember, a few others. But for the most part, it's this time frame when Department of Energy sites realized that they needed to get into this, as Susan mentioned, the Federal Facilities Agreement, again with the state and EPA to decide how they're going to clean up, legacy parts of the site, ongoing waste, that kind of thing. So again, all these statutes apply, especially under CERCLA, being there, RCRA, oil pollution, we don't have much of that. Safe Drinking Water Act, that's drinking water levels that sometimes we have to address. Clean Water Act, Cleaner Act. In the 90s, I was the RAD support for the NESHAP program. That's emissions from all of the potential air sources of Savannah River or any DOE site. And so this Federal Facility Agreement, Susan mentioned, again, was the 1993 was the key date that was signed. And again, it was a similar time frame for all of our DOE sites across the complex. And in fact, all the DOD sites, bar one in Alabama, all have some type of federal facility agreement, again, which kind of dictates schedules, deadlines, almost all of these categories are in all of those FFAs. Again, with this individual state, the DOE. So again, what's our role? Well, again, our role is more oversight. Again, from the private side, if it was like a private site, we would be potential responsible party. Let's say Chevron contaminated an area and they weren't bankrupt and they didn't abandon the site and change names. Well, Chevron would be the potential responsible party as the lead. In this case, it's, again, Federal Facility DOE. That's some of the similarity there. So again, we're ensuring that they adhere to our Superfund regulations in the NCP, the FFA itself, how we actually do it at Savannah River. And again, we do everything from technical procedure assistance, training, guidance, et cetera. So EPA's role, again, some of these are kind of go over some of the same things we do. The state and EPA, our concurrence is required for this, whatever the remedies are selected. Again, that's ultimately the record of decision. That would be signed by my division director and the equivalent at the state and DOE. We actually decide to clean up like this A area, this groundwater unit, this way. And that's that final document. So implementing those remedies, operating those remedies like a groundwater system, and then determining if something's cleaned up enough to turn off a groundwater monitoring system, for example. So again, we can get involved early and often, especially with public involvement. We think that's obviously crucial. As I think I'll mention later, before you get to record decision, there's usually a proposed plan. That's when the public gets a chance to comment on it. So these are a few slides, for those that are unfamiliar with what goes into investigating sites. Again, where Department of Energy in this case is the lead agency. If it's a fund lead site, in other words, EPA sometimes has to fund a private site where we're the lead, we have to do all this with our contractors, but in almost every case, it's Department of Energy, just like it would be Department of Defense. It would be their contractors and subcontractors doing the investigation where we'd be overseeing that, maybe deciding where there's a data gap. Hey, we think we need some more soil samples here. We need another groundwater well there. That's a lot where we interact together in our scoping meetings on either new sites or old sites that have come back up. So again, these slides you'll probably have, so can't see some of these, but it's kind of just showing how do people get contaminated, kind of showing for those that aren't familiar with how you can get contaminated from water and the ground, vapor coming up through the basement. Vapor intrusion is a big thing, especially trichloroethylene is a big contaminant, especially a lot of our DoD sites. And how can you be impacted from radiation releases? Obviously, a little bit different ways you get exposed to radiation, but two are the same. Inhalation, ingestion are the same. Dermal is a big one for chemicals, or really the third one. But dermal means nothing for radiation unless you're swimming and have an open wound and there's plutonium in the water. So that's very rare. But external exposure to radiation, think like dental x-rays, that kind of thing, that's coming from the ground or from a source. That's the third main pathway for radiation releases or exposure. And just kind of showing all the different ways. It could be inhalation of dust particles, could be consumption of food products. So we look at all of those when we're looking at a site, especially a potential residential area. It's going to include a lot of these things. Now, again, when we get into our core team process, again, that's at the project manager level. That's why I mentioned my colleagues, and like Susan with all of her colleagues at either Aiken or the Columbia office, and we either usually meeting together, and especially these scoping meetings, which are crucial, that we've learned from other Department of Energy sites, where sometimes this is where the breakdown happens and they never come together. In fact, Brian, Susan, Rob Pope are very instrumental in doing one of these core team training. And many familiar with the Waste Management Symposium. So the one in March 2020 happened right before the pandemic, but they did a training there. They had a pretty good audience, even with some of the people that couldn't make it with all the pandemic coming on. But they went through that really showed, especially scoping is one of the keys, and like we're always going to agree that these are the priorities for DOE that may not be the same for the state or EPA. But that's one of the places where we can get together, try to see where we can come together on technical or policy issues before we get to the first document that says, okay, here's exactly how we're going to do it. Here's all the options for cleanup. We hopefully have addressed a lot of those, or DOE has addressed a lot of those before. Yeah, so that, especially the bottom, identifying preferred remedies, that's obviously one of our big roles in what we do, along, again, with the state and Department of Energy. So again, our management gets involved because it's something, especially record decision, that goes up to our section chief, branch chiefs, and ultimately our division director. There's sometimes we have to get consult from headquarters, especially a huge site, and there's a big landfill, circular site they're trying to do at Oak Ridge. Well, that's got a lot of big eyes on it and has a lot of headquarters review on both sides. But for most things, we don't have too much other than just briefing our managers and giving them input of what we've already decided at the project team level, the core team level. So I mentioned before the proposed plan. That's really the kind of outline. Here's what we're going to clean up in C area. We're going to clean up the groundwater for these contaminants at these levels. That's where that's going to be in the proposed plan. So the public has a chance to see that, comment on it before we get to the record decision that, again, DOE writes. They're going to obviously write something that we've all hopefully agreed with, because that would be the ultimate breakdown, and that's again, that's one of the key things of our core team process, getting to that level where we do have an agreement of moving forward. Yeah, so DOE signs the record of decision. The state and EPA sign the ROD. I think we're the final signatures on the record of decision per the CERCLA regulations. Again, what we're trying to do is that the remedies design, construction according to the plan that we decided to do, achieving the objectives that are outlined, whether it's cleaning up again to a certain level, maybe a certain amount of land use controls that are required. Again, trying to protect the human health environment. So even a site like Savannah River, where unlike parts of some other DOE sites where maybe almost everything's industrial, future industrial use, there's still a lot of those things that have to be involved, like land use controls. You still don't want your workers exposed 30 years from now to an area they didn't know was contaminated. So it's very big to make sure the signs are put up so people walk into an area or work in an area they know something was nearby. And again, a lot of that's that regular effective monitoring. So there's a lot of reports that the state and EPA oversee where we've done some actions in the past, like at R area or P area, and they're continuing to monitor the groundwater to make sure levels of a chemical radionuclide are still within the limits that we had established or the objectives we're trying to get to. And then as Susan mentioned, one of the unique things that's super fun that we think is one of the better aspects of trying to assure the public that we're not just walking away from the site and say, okay, we've already cleaned up that site and let's move on to the next one. Well, every 5 years, we have to go back to those sites and make sure they're still cleaned up, make sure the signs are still there, make sure there hadn't been some new, like the PFOAs, that all that's coming out now. Have to make sure that something like that hasn't come out that might be in the area that we have to address. And again, kind of relating back to a regular Superfund site with one project manager, maybe 2 operable units, well, that's any site they've cleaned up every 5 years, they go back to that. But sites like Savannah River have so many, we realized about 10, 12 years ago that we try to do all those every 5 years, it just takes too long. So we actually have broken up the 5 reviews in 5 different categories, like natural covers. We just finished the one for geosynthetic systems. There's engineered covers we did last year. One that's a groundwater remedy. So all those have their own each year. Again, every 5 years after that, there'll be 5 years after the groundwater remedies are looked at. They'll be looked at again 5 years after that. So again, these are 3-party decisions. Again, the decision documents, they belong to each of the parties. Again, just because Department of Energy is the lead agency, and they're the ones that obviously have to get the money to go about getting the money for the cleanup and the characterization. It's the state and EPA that have to agree to that too. And again, we're the signature on the record decision for it to be final per our requirements. So again, it's collaboration. Again, trying to work out what we want to do in the current year, the next fiscal year, where it has milestones and enforceable milestones, looking ahead for the 2nd and 3rd year. Those are very key things that we're doing in a lot of these team meetings. So once we get to a project, it's not a surprise that we got deadlines coming up to get to this phase or this phase of the project. So again, so it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of work. Again, South Carolina, I think someone asked, they get some funding. We don't get quite as much as they do, but we get some funding ourselves to help us dedicate project managers to this site to make sure we can help get the work done. And these just show all the areas we get involved with. So again, I think most of you have seen parts of these areas, especially in tours, but sometimes it's groundwater is a big issue in some of these reactor areas. Sometimes it's vapor extraction. Again, field oversight is obviously a category, 5-year reviews, and then our participation in the CAB we feel is crucial. So again, just kind of listing all the different categories, and D, it's listed as one, but that's where with a lot of our soil and groundwater extra work has been going on the last 3 or 4 years, which we've been very proud of. And I think that's it. So again, we've been working Savannah River since the 80s. We probably plan on at least another 30 years for big DOE sites like here, Oak Ridge, Hanford, Idaho, so that's not uncommon, where thousands are employed. And again, I think we've shown that especially the last 20 to 25 years, our cooperation on getting a lot of these things cleaned up, even when, again, sometimes we not agree the first time we have a scoping meeting, we have to come back again and see where we can come together. I think our record shows that. And that's some of the websites. Again, if you want to know any of the Superfund documents, the easiest thing is to Google Superfund, EPA, and if you want to get to all the radiation guidelines, regulations, you just Google EPA Superfund radiation. That's a lot easier than trying to go to one of the websites. And that's my info. You can always call me if you have questions. That's it.
All right. Questions for John and EPA from around the table? It's a great opportunity to ask how they get into approving cleanup decisions, how they look at it.
Unless they've heard it so many times before.
Unless they've heard it so many times before. AK, we'll start with you.
So thank you, John, for your presentation, AK Hassan Cab. Just trying to be clear, your circle organization was created by Congress to have some oversight of facilities on federal installations, I guess in private industry too, regarding cleanup, et cetera. So, whereas the officials of DOE would report primarily back to the Department of Energy, your organization would report directly to Congress?
Not exactly. Again, Congress writes the laws, whether it be Clean Water Act,
Right.
Clean Air Act, RCRA, CERCLA, and then EPA's job is to figure out how do we actually implement that. So one example is RCRA. Almost every RCRA program has been delegated to the state. I'm sure there's still a few that aren't. That means the state sets up a program to do its RCRA program in whatever facilities it works with, whether it be federal facilities or private facilities. CERCLA remains EPA, but we recognize that's the executive order in 87 that said, okay, so for federal facilities, DOD, obviously many, DOE, maybe 20 sites, they're going to be the lead agency. They're the ones that have to get the funding. Their priorities might not be the same as ours. For example, during the Recovery Act 2010, 2011, there was so much money came in, but they had to be kind of ready to use it. So for Department of Energy, that means doing a lot of D&D, getting rid of a lot of hotel costs. That's not the priority of EPA and state as much, because we're more in the soil and groundwater, but we recognize that's a huge thing too, because you're getting ready to contaminate facilities. Even if that facility is not necessarily contaminating the environment, it still has a potential because it's sitting there and it's contaminated. So we try to do a balance, but again, we're reporting to our internal, really at our internal level. So again, the project manager has a big role over a private Superfund site. They're the person, but obviously they're reporting to their management. Again, Congress always has an oversight role, like why is it taking so long to get all these Superfund sites cleaned up? That's their thing that they can jump on us about, and obviously they give us the money for CERCLA, but obviously Department of Energy, Department of Defense have to get the money, hopefully with the agreements of the state and EPA, how much to get for this cleanup of this site or this site. And that's where we have meetings every year on budget, and we actually get where the state and EPA have to either do an approval memo or comments and say, hey, we need to get together because we don't agree on your top 3 priorities, for example. But again, back to the, when the circle was started, it was more for all these sites that were abandoned, and a company said, well, I'm not going to clean up, I'm bankrupt, so what do? Well, it's just sitting there, and then a lot of the times the state wouldn't have the money or the enforcement to make sure they got cleaned up, whether it be the Love Canal or other minor sites. So Circle was created and that was kind of a little tax or fee put on companies that was stopped in 1995 that they put into the Superfund to help give money, especially for the sites where there's no company you could charge, like a Chevron or other company like that. It would be what we call fund lead, where we're having to provide the funding to clean up all that building and all that soil and all that groundwater that they just left behind that's going right into a private subdivision. That happens a lot, or has happened a lot. And then again, of course, I think probably the majority, even those private sites, are usually a responsible party, a company that's the lead, but we're still the ones that write all those documents in that case. In other words, we're writing the record of the decision, we're writing the the study, decide what alternatives to do. But for the federal facility, they're the lead and they're the ones that do all that. Again, not on their own, not without our agreements of us and the state.
Thank you.
Okay. Greg?
Greg Murray, CAB, thank you. Thanks, John, for the presentation. We've heard a number of times about how positive the relationship is between EPA and the other regulators and SRS. I was wondering from your perspective, particularly in comparison to some of the other sites, I'm wondering from your perspective, what is it about the relationship or the process that makes it so much more positive than it may be in some of the other EMS SAB sites?
And again, that's one thing that core team training we tried to address with Brian, Rob Pope, Susan, and some others at the Waste Management Symposium, where almost every DOE site's representative and a lot of states and a lot of contractors. Because there's many DOE sites where there's not the cooperation.
Right.
You know, maybe it's a tribal issue like in Washington, or maybe adversarial. We have a lot of adversarial relationship in Oak Ridge, and we're still getting a lot done. We still have a lot of good things going on, but sometimes some of the bigger stuff, it's, you know, everybody doesn't give up a position. So eventually you got to take that dispute to headquarters, and unfortunately the political appointees sometimes decide what to do. And Brian would tell you that, you know, we were having a lot of those issues in the 90s. We just couldn't agree on anything. You know, they want to do this, we want to do that. State, no, we don't like that. And we finally realized this core team process, we could at least have maybe a technical facilitator that we still use, especially these scoping meetings, that could really get things out on the table that, well, here's the 3 things we definitely agree with, here's the 2 we definitely do not. How can we get together on those? So again, P area may be a perfect example. Jennifer Tufts was the project manager for that. I think Rob for us, and I mean, Rob is well involved in the state, where we wanted a certain groundwater action, they wanted a different one, Department of Energy. It's not something that we saw was a major issue, so we had to keep going to next level meetings. Again, we didn't go up to our management and say, we just can't decide, y'all have to decide for us. We were able to come together and say, okay, let's do this action now. If we still see the need, we'll do this other action later, that type of thing. So again, cooperation, trusting other people, that's been the key. And again, sometimes just having a technical facilitator where everyone can get their views heard. And sometimes that's what hasn't happened at some of the facilities I've worked at as well.
So the process is different at some of the other sites then? When you say, like, for instance, there's no technical facilitator, some of the other sites don't have a technical facilitator.
They just choose not to use one. They like try to use their own contractors, and sometimes that's worked, and sometimes it hasn't. And that's when the disputes just keep going up to the management, attorneys, and headquarters, and it takes forever to get things done. So that's, unfortunately, very few times that's happened at some of those sites. And I'm not saying it never happened at Savannah River. Well, a key thing, when we had disagreements when the suspension agreement of the tanks came about 2019, we obviously weren't happy about that, neither was the state with all their permits. We kind of knew why it was happening. We just didn't maybe agree with it. But when Department of Energy gave us 6 or 7 soil and groundwater projects to move up, that was mostly in D area, that satisfied our management greatly. Instead of saying, okay, we're going to suspend what we're doing in the tanks for 3 or 4 years, we'll see you then. Well, no. Okay, we understood that. There was a lot of things going on with that, but we had all these other projects we got moved up that was really good. You know, they were going to be 6 or 7 years later that we got done early. So that was kind of a, you know, didn't maybe get the tanks where we wanted to do. We understood what happened, but we got other things instead.
So is it, and this will be my last question, so is it an issue that some of the harder questions have just been postponed and you dealt with some of the easier questions first? Is that what I should take from that last comment?
Not really. I mean, one of our difficult issues has been coal ash, and one reason we just had a coal ash strategy meeting in June. Well, one reason after the big TVA coal ash spill, TVA in Tennessee, there were proposed regulations for coal ash. It would be subtitle C or subtitle D. And I think that never came out, but it was during that proposed stage. Okay, let's hold off. We had a big coal ash issue in A area. Let's just wait on that till we know what's going to happen with these regulations. And now I think in 2018, whatever regulation came out, and we're And that came into our strategy. So that's a case where it was better to wait. It wasn't a big hazard. There's obviously nobody from the public's getting exposed. So that's one of the other big things that can be at Department of Energy sites, because either they're so huge, we're not having to worry about that as much. But obviously that's always premier. Paducah's a perfect example. They had TC and Technician 99 going off-site way back in '89, so that was a priority over everything else. And once everything was controlled going off-site, yeah, they've had a lot of headaches on what to do on-site, disagreements between DOE and EPA in Kentucky. But they managed to move along with things they can agree on, yet other things they have to wait on.
Great. Thank you so much.
Can I jump in real quick on that question?
Yeah, Susan.
So you asked about, are some of the decisions just delayed? Is that why we don't have the problems with the site? And absolutely not. We are talking every step along the way. The scoping process that John mentioned happens every step of the CERCLA process. So we're getting together to talk about the work plan, and all three parties are there saying, what do we want to see in this work plan? We scope it then we get the work plan, then we review it. It's not that DOE is handing us a work plan saying, here's what we're going to do, and we go, I don't like that. No, we've been in the room together talking about it the whole time. And when we get the data back, we're talking about the data and what does this look like and how does that shape the report that you're going to write. So we're talking all the time, and I think that is a huge part of why we don't have the problems that a lot of the other sites have, because we have very good communication between all three parties. I mean, Brian will call us up anytime and say, hey, I need to talk to you about something. He'll send us an email. John will do the same. I'll do the same. And it's just that we have that communication very well established, and that is what helps us prevent a lot of the issues that a lot of the other sites have. So, just want to jump in.
Thank you.
AK.
AK Hassan Cab. Since we've had international conflicts since CERCLA has been in place, do you find that during conflicts, these agreements are affected one way or the other? You know, obviously, when it comes to legacy and history at SRS and other locations, obviously there were not a lot of regulations in place at the time, but a lot of the contamination, et cetera, that we're dealing with today was as a result of conflict. So I'm just wondering what impact, if any, does conflict have on the agreements to try to keep the environment safe, et cetera, in this day and time?
If I don't quite get this, just follow up. But I meant to say this earlier, especially when Susan was going through, RCRA is how most ways Department of Energy sites are addressing a lot of their legacy waste. Because again, almost every DOE site, Y12 Oak Ridge is one of the perfect examples where tons and tons of mercury were let out that shouldn't have been, but that was all in the 50s and 60s when things maybe weren't as careful. So almost everything we're cleaning up, especially big, that's already been addressed because those were the big ones, have usually been something that one of P reactor had a little incident, and that's a lot of reason why the cesium-137s and the lower 3 runs and all that Brian went over. So we realized we're cleaning up a lot of things that were done back then, and even RCRA couldn't address all of those. That's one reason CERCLA, I think, was implemented at most Department of Energy sites to make sure they get the money to get that cleanup done, either at that facility, that soil area, that groundwater area. Again, so even in the 90s, when maybe we weren't coming to a lot of agreement then, that was one of the things that led to our core team that say, how can we agree with things better on getting things done? So again, I'm not sure I addressed your question directly on that.
Well, I'm thinking, for one, it's always possible that back in the 50s, et cetera, with the construction of the reactors and everything, it was kind of a new undertaking. And of course, now we kind of have a greater variety of weaponry, but it's more tested in terms of what materials are utilized and how they are applied, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just thinking just because there are conflicts, it doesn't mean that it would have a negative impact on the environment or break down agreements that are made under circular. But at the same time, not knowing, that's why I'm asking, does a current conflict have the potential of interfering with those relationships?
Again, I want to say with Savannah River, not near as much as some of the other sites. Again, we have a lot of good cooperation in the last 20 plus years that doesn't exist at some of the other sites. And even those sites where I mentioned Oak Ridge, where 95% of the things we are agreeing with, just like Savannah River, there's sometimes some of the bigger items that are harder to deal with. Mercury, again, was a perfect example. I was over the construction or the decision to do a mercury treatment plant for on-site mercury releases that were still ongoing. And that facility still hasn't opened yet, and that's addressing mercury that's been leaving the site for over 60 years now. So again, they may have done a big cleanup in the 90s off-site, but they needed to address what was still going off from the site. So that's a case where they didn't want to clean up to the level we want to clean up to, and that maybe go back to one of the other issues. Well, sometimes you didn't have the regulations on deciding how much is a certain risk or certain dose that we now have better regulations for, more up-to-date regulations on a lot of contaminants that we didn't have back then. So sometimes regulations change. PFOS is a perfect example. Lead's numbers getting ready to change. Luckily, that's not an issue for us, more for private sites. But that happens with emergency contaminants, and we try to address those as they come along.
Thank you.
Thanks, AK. Any other questions from around the table for Rob or John? No, you got me. You said Rob's name so many times. You got on my brain.
Rob, John, same thing.
No, not the same. Any other questions for John from around the table? Seeing none. John, thank you so much. All right. Like always, we have time set aside on our agenda for public comment. We do have a couple people signed up today, and we're going to start with Tom Clements, please.
Thanks very much, James and everybody. My name is Tom Clements, and I'm the director of a public interest organization called Savannah Riverside Watch, which was founded in 2014, but I have worked on SRS and DOE and international nuclear non-proliferation issues since the late 1980s as a paid staff person, and before then as a volunteer. I'm from Georgia and used to live in Waynesboro. I live in Columbia, South Carolina now. I want to address two things. I want to add a couple of comments about the plutonium issue. Then I want to share a little story about the importance of the role of the CAB in weighing in on a certain DOE proposal, which has to do with the proposal to import spent nuclear fuel from Germany. First, on the plutonium issue, the number was given of 9.5 metric tons under the agreement with the state to be removed. But keep in mind, and I've got this in a Freedom of Information Act document, there are about 11.5 metric tons stored in the K reactor because, as was mentioned, there was some material already here. The amount of plutonium to be disposed of under that blend down program, it could be up to 34 metric tons. That's the nominal amount that was going to be disposed of. And the PIT program, if it brings in, say, 1.5 tons of plutonium a year to make 50 pits, and the amount of the weight in a pit is classified, but that's just rule of thumb. We're looking at a tremendous amount of plutonium that could be coming into the site. And hopefully this will be coming in on a schedule and going out on a schedule and not get stranded here like the material that's at the site now. But the CAB is going to have a very important role over the next years as particularly the plutonium blend down program is implemented to try to make sure that more material is not stranded here, which is the problem we're facing now. So just a comment about the importance of the CAB. On the German spent fuel issue, this started in 2012, and I found out that there was an agreement between the Department of Energy and German government entities to look at bringing some old graphite fuel. It's in the form of a ball impregnated with uranium that was used in two high-temperature gas-cooled reactors that were closed sometime in the 80s, I think. There are about 900,000 of these balls stored in large casks at two sites. And this became an issue because DOE proposed importing that material to Savannah Riverside for processing. It could have gone through the H Canyon and then into the tanks. And a lot of people did not want more waste coming in here like that, particularly high-level waste from a foreign source, although it does have some U.S. origin uranium in it. So in 2017, DOE prepared an environmental assessment on the importation of this material. There were a lot of people who commented to the CAB because the CAB had a recommendation, and before the vote took place, members of the public spoke out about what they thought the CAB should do. And in fact, you did react to that public input, and on September 26, 2017, recommendation 350, the CAB passed a recommendation basically not to agree with the preferred alternative of that environmental assessment to import that material. DOE responded in December, and it must have been right after that environmental assessment was released. They disagreed with the CAB's conclusion, and the issue was left hanging, but the cooperation between Savannah River National Lab and the entity in Jülich, Germany, which is west of Cologne, and I've been to the site a couple of times. The agreement was iteration number 9 of the contract between SRNL and now it's called GEN, which in German is the waste management company. This work continues. So I wrote a letter in 2020 to DOE, to the Senior Advisor for Environmental Management, that this work be terminated. There was no use to go forward. It's continuing though. DOE didn't give me the courtesy of a response, and I'm still not very happy about that. I also sent it to the Secretary of Energy and to Ike White, who you know. And I'm gonna write again. We'll see if I get an answer. Okay, so the development now, and this shows you were prescient in how you voted against this material coming here, because it's almost 1 million of these high-level waste balls stored in large casks in a building at this Jülich site and at another site. So on July 7th of this year, the head of this organization, GEN, said that the option to ship this material to the United States has been removed. It's off the table. And information I get is via the media, but it's via my environmental contacts in Germany. Also, at the same time, the Christian Democratic Union Party, along with the Greens, they formed a coalition, and you know that a lot of these foreign governments work in coalition format. So the CDU Green Coalition came to an agreement that there would be a new temporary storage facility at this Jülich site, and the material would not be exported. And to make it even more definitive, the new head, I guess he's called Minister for Environment, Transport, and I think Infrastructure, is a gentleman named Oliver Krischer, who I've met with, was a former Bundestag member of the Green Party, and I've met with him there and also in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. He is totally against the export of this material. So the handwriting is on the wall, and you basically identified that 5 years ago. I don't see why DOE is continuing the cooperation to ship a whole bunch of foreign waste to the site that has nothing to do with research reactors. These are commercial reactors, demonstration reactors for electricity production. Has nothing to do with research or medical isotope production, like the spent fuels out in El Basin. So I would request that the CAB keep an eye on this issue. I'm a little surprised DOE has not updated you about this, and I'm going to continue to work on it. I intend to go to Germany in the spring and meet with the environment minister that I spoke with. I can give you a report back if I actually do end up making that trip. But it just shows how important it is for the CAB to have tracked an issue 5 years ago, before you were on the CAB, that is still active today. And I can assure you that members of the German Bundestag and the German government and of these waste management entities, they knew the position you took. So, as I said, I just want to underscore how important your work is in exploring these kind of projects and raising questions and then following through with the action you take, because it has importance into the future of what you're doing right now. Thanks very much for your service.
Thanks, Tom. And up next, we have Don Moniak.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Don Moniak. I am a semi-retired wage earner who happens to research and write various issues. The last time I was at a CAB meeting was 20 years ago, and people were allowed to ask questions. So maybe that explains why I was trying to ask a question earlier. I didn't realize the rules had changed. 20 years ago, I brought to the CAB the issue that the Department of Energy was removing virtually all of the information from the Freedom of Information Act reading room at USC Aiken's Gregg Library. This was during the plutonium debates that Jim Hodges was heavily involved in. It was the week he was in court. And I brought that issue to the CAB for two reasons. One, CAB is supposed to be informed. The people are supposed to be informed. They're removing all the information. This was all unclassified. Much of this information being removed was public comments. There was no justification for it. And secondly, there was the issue of if this information was being reclassified, then what did that mean for the CAB at the time? How much information had been given to the CAB that post issuing of the information became secretive or classified or in some way not information people are supposed to have or need to know? And guess what? The CAB did nothing. They didn't do a thing about that. It was astonishing. Information being removed. It says right here, this mission of this CAB is to provide informed and timely recommendations. How do you provide informed recommendations when the information is being filtered, removed, sanitized? The other mission of this board is making decisions that concern SRS, that affect SRS. Actually, I thought the mission of these citizens advisory boards was to work on issues that affect the people outside of the plants, not the plants themselves. I suggest you look over that little line and try and work on it. Because I asked earlier, when was the last time there was a meeting held in Barnwell, in Allendale? I was told that you can't have meetings, there's not enough hotel space. Don't have this kind of capability. I don't go for that at all. Those are the places that are downriver, downwind. Those are the places that need to have a little bit of money put into them and a little bit of visits. Okay, going to information, the 2 hours I was here, 94-1 3013 container. 1994, the department decided to stabilize plutonium. That's a very misleading statement. In 1994, the Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board issued recommendation 94-1 that compelled the Department of Energy to do the right thing. It was not a unilateral decision by DOE. These are the kind of things that you get here. Filtered information, the information that the contractors and DOE want you to hear. What does it mean that it's leak tight after dropping from the rooftop of a 2-story house? That doesn't tell me anything. How many feet is it? How many meters? What was the actual, there's lots of 2-story houses, they're not all the same height. What kind of ridiculous statement is that for a technical person? Talking about the surveillance program, not a single discussion about occurrence reports. How many incidents has there been? There have been incidents where they found metal unexpectedly within the powder, probably from Hanford. Maybe not, but I'll bet you anything it was from Hanford. because Hanford has a worse history of any place in the country. All the Manhattan Project sites do. They just have a sloppier safety system. Just like Livermore has a more cold attitude towards their weapons. And if the pits come here, you got to start watching for Livermore pits, because many of them were not designed to be disassembled. Many of Livermore's weapons were not designed to be disassembled. That's why they have disproportionately more problems with Livermore weapons than with Los Alamos designed weapons. Going to the downblend program. What is in the adulterant? Why is this information still classified? Is it raw? Is it rare earth materials like being discussed in the 90s by the National Association of Science? Academy of Sciences? What's in it? How much material is coming from Los Alamos metal and oxide exchange? How much transportation is this going to require? No answer. What's the americium buildup right now? Americium peaks after what, 75, 80 years? This plutonium they're dealing with now has never been this old. There's never been such high americium levels. Didn't hear that question asked or answered, just like really didn't get an answer on what the heat production is from all that plutonium in the K area. And I do want to say there were some really good questions asked here, but there should be more, especially about this plutonium program that just resulted in a $600 million settlement with the Department of Energy, in which many of our politicians who 20 years ago were saying it was no risk are all of a sudden claiming that it's a grave risk to have plutonium stored at SRS. Personally, I support the plutonium being stored at SRS. There's no place else for it to be. It's the only site left in the nuclear weapons complex with the capability, the experience, the infrastructure to handle it. Is it the ideal place? No, but it is the last place left. And it's better than storing it at Hanford, and they weren't allowed to store it at Rocky Flats because they wanted to develop that area. As Tom Clements just stated, the amount of material in that plutonium is not being related here in a fair manner either. It's up to 40 tons. And there was a question, very good question that was asked by the gentleman over here about how much downblending they've been doing, and the answer was up to 100 cans per year. Well, there's about 170 grams of plutonium in each can. That's public record. That was presented to the National Academy of Sciences in 2017, but not presented here today. And why is that? Why is one DOE program manager presenting information to the National Academy of Sciences, but he's not here, or they're not here, to present the same to the Citizens Advisory Board? That's some filtered information. So the answer is 100 cans, 170 grams, 17,000 grams, 17 kilograms, that's it, in 1 year? And you're going to do 9 tons by 1936? But again, why is it that it's so slow right now when in the 2000, at the turn of the century, it turns out they used the same dilute and dispose process to get rid of 4.5 tons of plutonium that's at Rocky Flats? Did that in just a couple of years. So where's the disconnect there? How come they're able to do 4.5 tons at Rocky Flats and 17 kilograms at SRS? That's a question I'd like to hear answered. But apparently at these meetings, the Department of Energy does not answer questions. So if somebody from Allendale who felt concerned about the water coming down the river from Savannah Riverside was to show up at one of these meetings, they'd be forced to wait until 4 o'clock towards the end of the meeting when everybody's tired. They've already asked all their questions. And then they'd be told, oh, we can't answer your question. And then they'd have to drive all the way back to Allendale because the Savannah Riverside Citizens Advisory Board refuses to meet in places like Allendale and Barnwell. You talk about environmental justice, and the people downwind and downriver don't have any real access to this process. So thank you for being here. Thank you for taking my comments, but please next time try to set up a system where maybe somebody who didn't ask a question can defer to a member of the public if there's a member of the public there who wants to ask a question. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We ready to do some voting, folks? Let's start off with the closure of recommendation 370. This was the recommendation about the revised membership process. Greg, you wrote it. Do you have any comments before we take a vote or accept a motion?
No,
first?
I think we talked about it briefly yesterday, and I don't think I have anything else to add to this at this point.
Does anyone else have any last minute from around the table, last minute questions or concerns before we ask for a motion? AK.
Yes, I do want to say up front that I'm AK Hassan with the cab, but I do want to say up front that I support closing the recommendation. But I do want to comment in terms of the comments that was, well, first of all, the recommendation involving the history of 5 years reporting in terms of communications back and forth regarding recommendations, et cetera.
We're gonna get to the recommendations one next.
Beg your pardon?
We're gonna get to the recommendations one. I just want to focus on 370
I'm just talking about
first.
that part of the comment.
Okay.
That part of it. I don't want to go into the detail of the recommendation. I'm just trying to transition into something in response to what Mr. Butney said yesterday.
Okay, sorry.
In reference to when the issue was brought up about 5 years, he did make reference to the fact of his tenure. And I guess the implication was that he can kind of account for that, but with the changeover in personnel that happens sometime frequently, I don't know how much history he can recover for us. That's what I'm saying. So I guess we need to just be mindful that if that is what he's saying, that is what we're likely to get, and anything that he can supply us beyond that, I guess, would be helpful. But the recommendation, even though we're closing it out, addressed 5 years, and that was sort of addressed by Mr. Button. Right. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think those comments went towards the draft recommendation on recommendation responses, and we'll get to that in just a minute. For the moment, we're going to focus on this one about the membership process. That was 370. That was passed last year and responded to by the department. We just need to figure out if we're going to close this. Do we have any questions about this recommendation in particular? Yeah, Charles.
Charles Hilton Cab, I move that recommendation 370 be closed.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second. I second it.
We got seconds all around the room, but I think Jim Gill beat everybody to the punch. We're going to take a hand vote. I'm going to ask you to raise your hands for yay, nay, and abstain. I want to ask you to please leave them up until I tell you to let them down. That way it gives me a chance to count everybody, okay? Can you, for those of you who are voting yay to close this recommendation, please raise your hands at this time. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 13 of us. And Rana voted yay earlier before she had to leave, so that is 14. Thank you. You may put your hands down. That is everybody. That is a unanimous passage. Thank you. What's next? It's going to be one of the drafts, whatever one she pulls up first. So this is the regulatory decommissioning written by Greg and Phyllis. Now, y'all did some tweaks and edits to this over lunch, right, Greg?
Yes, we did. There was a great question raised yesterday about the missing number of excess facilities that had been left as X's on the front page. We'd gotten some information, and as you can see, it looks like they put in about 800 excess facilities on the site. As had been raised, though, as a question yesterday, we're talking very specifically about this process applies very specifically to nuclear facilities that are hazard categories 2 and 3. There was some concern that the numbers might not match up. They are indeed they are different numbers. Avery gave us some nice information. I think she came up, and this may be wrong, with about 187 buildings that this may or may not apply to. But instead of creating some confusion, what we did is we revised it a little bit and wordsmithed it some. And you can see how one in the previous, at the end of the introduction or the background, we did indeed put in the 800, which is highlighted up there. But then we wrote around a little bit in the recommendation part to say the CAB recommends the excess nuclear facilities rated as HAZCAT 2 or 3, that DOE initiates the preparation of the required regulatory documents, et cetera. So we feel like this was maybe the easiest way and clearest way to write around this a little bit so as not to create more confusion.
Normally, we try to avoid wordsmithing on day 2 if we can, but I want to open it up a little bit because we did do this over lunch today. So are there any questions, comments, concerns about this change from around the table? Can you raise your hand if you can't read it? I'll be happy to read it again. I know it's far away. DeAndre?
DeAndre Cab. My question is based upon the 800 assessed facilities. You're saying that there may be about 180 for category 2 and 3 that we'll be focusing on primarily?
This is Greg Murray, Cab. This process only applies to those hazardous category 2 and 3 nuclear facilities. So I guess the answer to your question is yes, it's very specifically to those. There are a bunch of hundreds of excess facilities that this process wouldn't be required for because they don't have the same regulatory restrictions.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we would not be held liable for being able to go through all 800. So thank you.
Thank you. I think that was part of the initial comment yesterday as well.
And not to muddy the waters sometimes, but it's every now and again it's okay to just pass something and then let the department figure it out, you know. Not to push the work off onto others. But Candace, you asked me to read this section again, right? So that next to last paragraph, just above the recommendation, the X's were replaced with 800, so that it says SRS currently has approximately 800 excess facilities, and then it continues on. The recommendation section now reads, the SRS Citizens Advisory Board recommends the excess nuclear facilities rated as hazard category 2 or 3 that DOE initiates the preparation of required regulatory decommissioning documents in parallel with the deactivation process when engaging in future D&D processes at SRS. Okay. Was that too fast? Sometimes I read really, really fast. My kids get annoyed. Like, Daddy, you went too fast. Just gives me a chance to read it again, right? Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns about this? Are we ready to vote? Would anybody like to make a motion?
I propose that we submit this to the full board.
We have a motion and a second. We have a motion. We need a second. We have a second now. All right, I'm going to ask you again. For all those in favor, will you please raise your hands and keep them in the air until I let you let them down. 2, 3, 4, 12. Okay, you may put your hands down. Thank you very much. That was all 13 of you in the room, and Rana makes 14. Thank you very much. Okay, we ready for the last one? All right, one more, Heather. Once more into the breach. So this is the proof of implementation recommendations. This is the one that AK brought up, the comments on that Mike Budney made about how he appreciated the past 5 years and how we were going to go back and look. No changes to this. It's exactly as written yesterday. Do we have any remaining questions, comments, concerns before we move forward on this recommendation? AK, yeah.
My comment on that is that I think it's always good to have the record straight, and some of that was addressed today. And so to make clear that we would like to be kept up to date, and particularly on recommendations that we make, et cetera, and to get those responses in a timely manner, and being provided any information that is useful that we should be addressing as a CAB, because we are a public entity, and a lot of times even when I ask questions, I don't presume to know a lot, but some things I do know, but I know that we are creating a public document, something that people can view on YouTube or whatever. So it's important that they know that we try to address all of those concerns that are relevant to any particular issue, et cetera. So that was my comment in reference to this. I think it's a good idea to make sure that we do what we can to keep the records straight.
Any other statements on this one? Mike?
Yeah, in reference to AK's comment earlier, I wasn't guaranteeing I remembered everything I did for the last 5 years. So I think this is a great recommendation. And, we may want to go back farther than that when we look at it, because there may be stuff that was done just before I got here. I would like, someday I'll leave this job, and whoever takes over from me, I would like them to have something I could hand to them that provides him immediately that corporate memory that we ought to retain about what we agreed to do, and in case circumstances changes, that they know to come back and talk to y'all.
Thank you. Any other comments from around the room, or are we going to have a motion to vote?
A motion that we receive this recommendation as written.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We've got a second. I want to ask all those in favor, please raise your hands to vote yea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13. Thank you. You may put your hands down. That is all 13 in favor, and Rana makes 14. Another unanimous vote today. Thank you very much. That brings us to, I just want to make sure before I don't lie to you. Yes, that is the end of the meeting. Greg, do you have any parting words before we wrap up today?
Thank you, everybody, for a fantastic meeting. Thank you for all of the DOE folks, the state folks, the contractors, and of course my CAB colleagues for coming and spending your time with us. I think it was valuable time. It was a wonderful meeting. Thank you all, and I'm going to adjourn us unless you want to hold on a little bit longer. We are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.